Chapter 872. His emotions were constantly tumbling, and his thoughts were chaotic and tangled. It was only a matter of a few minutes. The dispute outside ended, and the footsteps faded away, but he heard Hui Yifan's voice. At that moment, he finally lost control. Without thinking, he rushed out and waved his fist at Hui Yifan. Su Peijian was his woman. If he wanted to do something to her, he had to ask for his permission first. What's more, this damn man, if it weren't for him, how could he have misunderstood? If he hadn't misunderstood, how could things have developed to the point where they were out of control? One punch after another, he hit very hard. A fire was ignited in his heart again, and this fire was even stronger than the previous one, making him want to kill more. The urge to destroy everything was so obvious. He could only drag Hui Yifan in front of him and constantly vent his inner anger. Until Gu Xiu appeared, until the representative of the other party's partner company also came. He finally stopped and looked coldly at Hui Yifan, who had been beaten black and blue by him. If you dare to touch a finger of her, I will definitely let you die with her. You can try. Let me see if I can do it. After saying this, he didn't even have the mood to talk about cooperation with the other party's company. He went to Su Peijian's private room. He wanted to find her. He must find her. He must tell her perhaps his aura was too amazing and his eyes were too scary. The representative sent by the partner was frightened by him. The beauty with hair and blue eyes who had just wanted to hook up with him began to retreat for fear of provoking Ling Jing. Ling Jing didn't care what they did. Although this hotel wasn't his, it was easy to ask which private room Su Peijian was in. Su Peijian, Su Peijian. When Ling Jing's footsteps reached the door of the private room, he suddenly stopped. After a reincarnation, Rome City once again entered December. He didn't know where the cold wind blew from the corridor, but it made him feel a lot more awake. He leaned against the wall, and his mind was in a mess. Go to Su Peijian now? Say what? How to say? Ling Jing just stood outside the private room for a long time and couldn't move. The hand on the wall was still exerting force at first, but then it slowly loosened and finally drooped down weakly. What should he do? Su Peijian had no idea what was going on outside. She was happily chatting with her colleagues in the private room. Su Chunhui naturally had a good eye for people. Although he wasn't in Rong City often, the people he hired were truly capable and capable. The meal was enjoyable. After the meal, she didn't reject Lin Feixing's offer to send her home. In fact, they were all drunk and couldn't drive, so they found a designated driver. Lin Feixing got into the car and asked Su Peijian where she was going. Su Peijian told him the address of her new house. She had moved to a duplex with Xiang Kaiping. The house was bigger than Rome Garden, but smaller than the villa. It was very convenient to go out. The main thing was that she had been coming home every day recently. Xiang Kaiping was finally very satisfied. Although Xiang Kaiping knew that Xiang Kaiping had been drinking, she could understand this kind of social interaction. Are you okay? I saw you drink quite a lot just now. No. Su Peijian smiled and shook her head. I know. Don't worry. I'm not drunk. Lin Feixing looked at her pretty face in the night. I'd rather you were drunk. Su Peijian didn't respond to him. Instead, she turned her head and looked out of the car window. Lin Feixing couldn't hide his disappointment, but Su Peijian didn't notice. The car stopped at Su Peijian's apartment, and she got out. Lin Feixing followed her out and asked the driver to wait for him. He walked her to the door. Let's stop here. I'll go up myself. Thank you for today. If you really want to thank me, why don't you invite me up? It's okay. My mom is at home. I know Aunt Xiang too. I don't think she will mind. Su Peijian turned to look at him. She looked very serious. I mind. Lin Feixing didn't know how to respond to such a straightforward answer. Su Peijian was about to enter the door when Lin Feixing stopped her again. Are you planning to stop dating for the rest of your life? No. Su Peijian shook her head. She looked very calm. I'm just a little tired. Tired? Lin Feixing nodded and suddenly smiled. Have a good rest then. I'll wait for you to rest. It was a pun. They both understood what the other meant. She understood, and so did he. Good night. After seeing Lin Feixing off, Su Peijian felt a little tired. After a few months, Lin Feixing was filled with hope. But in fact, she didn't have that kind of thought. Life was good now. She was very satisfied. peace and tranquility. She went to work every day and spent time with Xiang Kaiping. Occasionally, when Su Chenghui and his wife came to Rong City, they would visit her, but not often. Usually, they contacted each other more by phone. Other than Su Chenghui and his wife, Su Yusin also called her often and sent her messages. It was as if he was afraid that she would take things too hard. In fact, they were thinking too much. She wouldn't take things too hard. Nothing was worth thinking about all the time. Even if there was, she would try her best to forget it. The elevator was at the corner of the entrance. There was a safety ladder next to it. Su Peijian walked inside. She suddenly felt a grip on her wrist. She was startled. Before she could react, her body had been pulled into the stairwell. Su Peijian almost screamed, but her scream was muffled by someone. Just like that, her voice was stuck in her throat. "Don't scream. It's me." His voice stopped Su Peijian struggling. The stairwell was dark, and the lights were controlled by voice. Ling Jing's voice was very soft, not enough to turn on the lights. With the light outside, she saw Ling Jing's face. At the same time, she smelled the alcohol on his body. Su Peijian calmed down and stopped struggling. Ling Jing also let go of her hand. As soon as he let go, Su Peijian went to pull the door of the stairwell. Her wrist was tightened again. She was pulled by Ling Jing again. Su Peijian turned to look at Ling Jing. With the light outside, she saw his face hidden in the darkness. The corners of his lips were raised with a hint of mockery. "What is young Master Ling doing?" "What? You don't want to be the young master of the Ling family anymore? Do you want to change your profession and become a robber?" The light was dim, so Ling Jing couldn't see her expression clearly. She was the same. Her body was suddenly hugged by Ling Jing. She didn't have time to react or struggle. That person had already buried his face in her neck. "I regret it." His deep, hoarse voice was accompanied by his warm breath brushing against her neck. She didn't move. Ling Jing spoke again in the darkness. "I regret it. I regret letting go of you." Holding her waist, Ling Jing's arms were very tight. His expression couldn't be seen clearly in the darkness, but there was a hint of eagerness in his voice. "Woman, I regret it. Woman, I want you." It was a very quiet atmosphere. After Ling Jing said that, Su Peijian didn't respond. He suddenly became very sure. What did Su Peijian mean? He let go of his hand, but didn't let go of her. He said again with uncertainty, "Let's start over, okay?" What greeted him was a slap on his face. Su Peijian was just angry. After the slap, she realized that she had lost control. Taking a deep breath, she pushed him away and wanted to turn around and leave. But her body was held by him again. Her body was pressed against the door behind her. "Are you angry? If you're angry, let's start over, okay?" Su Peijian raised her hand again, wanting to slap him again, but then put it down. She was a little breathless, and she resisted the suffocating feeling in her heart. She stared coldly at his face in the darkness. "Let go. I won't let go." Ling Jing held her very tightly, and there was a trace of imperceptible pleading in his voice. "Peijian, I really regret it. Let's start over, okay? I promise this time my Ling Jing, young Master Ling." "Who do you think you are?" "What?" "Young Master Ling is used to being a young master. You think the world is your home, and you can do whatever you want?" "Sorry, I'm not interested." She coldly pulled his hand away, but she couldn't. Su Peijian raised her foot and stomped hard on his foot. Ling Jing was in pain, but he refused to let go. Su Peijian was angry and looked at him coldly. But because she couldn't see his expression clearly, she stomped harder and harder. In the end, her foot was numb, but Ling Jing didn't let go of her. She could only withdraw her foot and look at him coldly. "Ling Jing, have you had enough of being drunk?" Ling Jing looked at her. In his dark phoenix eyes, there was regret, pain, discomfort, and pleading. Unfortunately, the darkness covered his expression, and she couldn't see it clearly. But even if she could see it clearly, Su Peijian wouldn't believe it now. Ling Jing realized this, and his expression became more and more bitter. "I'm not drunk. I really regret it." "So? You regret it. You want to start over, and I have to go back?" Silence. For the first time in his life, Ling Jing felt speechless. Su Peijian's words made him speechless. It took him a long time to find his voice. "I just want to start over with you." Start over with me? Su Peijian sneered, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Young Masterling, do you really know what you're talking about? I'm a prisoner in labor reform. You want to start over with me? A prisoner in labor reform? Ling Jing felt like a needle was pricking his heart. Those 3 words were extremely grating to his ears. Don't say it. He was wrong. He was really wrong. You shouldn't have said those 3 words in front of her. Don't say what? Su Peijian blinked, as if she suddenly understood the flash of pain in his words. Don't say I'm a prisoner in labor reform? Huh. She smiled, and her smile was full of mockery. That's the truth. I'm just a prisoner in labor reform. Young Masterling, you said that. Ling Jing's body stiffened, and his hand on her waist trembled a little. Don't say it. I beg you, don't say it. I'm sorry. Those 3 extremely obscure words came out of Ling Jing's mouth, which had always been proud. If there was a 3rd person present at this time, their jaw would probably drop. However, Su Peijian didn't feel anything after hearing it. Chapter 873. The stairwell was very quiet. At this time, no one passed by outside. Su Peijian's words were undoubtedly like a needle stabbing into Ling Jing's chest. It was so uncomfortable, really uncomfortable. No. Ling Jing shook his head, his expression full of bitterness. I'm serious this time. Believe me. It wasn't a game, not a show, not a trick. It was him who understood his sincerity and knew that he had been ridiculously wrong. He just wanted her. Serious? I don't know how much young Masterling's seriousness is worth. Tell me, although I'm not short of money, but I'm really curious. How much can a prisoner like me be worth in young Masterling's eyes? This time, how much money does young Masterling plan to use to keep me? Words could sometimes turn into sharp blades. Every word Su Peijian said now was like a knife, stabbing Ling Jing's heart again and again. He suddenly realized that he, who had always thought that he was so strong that he could do anything and had no fear, also had times when he was afraid and didn't dare to face it. Don't say such things. I feel bad. Peijian, I don't want to keep you this time, and I don't want to play with you. I really just want to start over with you. He spoke very, very slowly. Every word he spat out made him feel pain. Really? Su Peijian sneered, obviously not believing him. Ling Jing was anxious, very anxious. He put his hands on her shoulders. Even if he couldn't see clearly, he wanted her to see the sincerity and seriousness in his eyes. Peijian, it was all my fault before. I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. He was too proud. He was so proud that he couldn't tolerate the slightest bit of dislike from the woman he liked. He was so proud that he refused to give her a chance to explain so that he could pretend that he was the one who won. But in reality, he lost completely. Wrong? Su Peijian felt his stiff body and pushed him away. You are young Master Ling, the young master of the Ling family. How could you be wrong? I'm the one who's wrong. I had eyes but failed to recognize you and treated you, young Master Ling, as a pretty boy to keep. I didn't know what was good for me. I didn't realize your identity in time and didn't respect you. It's all my fault. What did you do wrong? You didn't do anything wrong at all. Don't say any more. Don't say it. Ling Jing raised her voice uncontrollably. I beg you, don't say it. Su Peijian did not say anything else. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Su Peijian could still feel her heart beating out of control. She took a step to the side. Standing in front of the stairwell door, she placed her hand on the doorknob. Turning around, she didn't intend to look at Ling Jing. She raised her head, and the scenes and fragments of their time together seemed to emerge in her mind again. There was a sharp pain in her heart, but she suppressed the pain expressionlessly. She pulled the door open and said in a calm voice, since young Master Ling doesn't want to hear it, then I won't say it. After all, I'm just a convict. I won't stay here and be an eyesore to young Master Ling. Young Master Ling wanted to play and do whatever he wanted to do. It was better to find someone else. I can't afford to accompany you. The door opened and closed, and her body disappeared outside the door. The bright light shone on her face. She squinted her eyes and raised her hand to block the light. At the same time, she suppressed the sourness in her eyes. Then, her footsteps were firm, and she walked in the direction of the elevator without looking back. The moment the door of the stairwell opened, there was light. Ling Jing could see Su Peijian walk out expressionlessly. He stood in the shadows and only felt that the moment the light disappeared, his whole body also fell into darkness. His heart sank. Su Peijian entered the elevator, her legs a little weak. She sighed and realized that she was still more or less affected by Ling Jing. However, she tried her best to reduce the impact. They hadn't seen each other for nearly half a year. She really didn't expect that Ling Jing would give her such a big gift as soon as he came. Did he regret it? Start over? Hee. Did he think that life was like a mobile phone that would be turned off and restarted when it got stuck? Then everything would be fine again? Moreover, she didn't believe Ling Jing's words at all. Maybe it was a sudden impulse, or maybe he felt that he had lost face in front of Su Qingsang back then. Adjusting her breathing, Su Peijian smiled and threw those thoughts to the back of her mind. Something should be left in the past. They should be blown away by the wind and disappear forever. Su Peijian didn't expect that the things she thought had been blown away by the wind were not over. The next day, when she went downstairs to go to work, she saw Ling Jing again. She parked her car at the company yesterday. It wasn't far from the company, and she planned to walk to the company. It would be a good exercise. Unexpectedly seeing Ling Jing in front of her, she paused for a moment, but only for a moment. Soon, she continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened. Her steps were neither fast nor slow. She didn't want Ling Jing to think that his appearance could affect her mood. It was very cold in Rome City in December. It hadn't snowed this year, but the wind made people feel cold. Su Peijian was wearing a light down jacket and a pair of Martin boots. She looked very casual. She didn't look like she was going to work, but more like she was going to the street. She was afraid of the cold, so she put 2 sets of professional clothes in the office and changed into them when she got there. At this moment, she tightened the down jacket and directly passed by Ling Jing. However, Ling Jing stood in front of her. If Su Peijian had seen clearly last night, she would have found that Ling Jing was still wearing the clothes from yesterday. He sat in the car for the whole night and smoked for the whole night. At this moment, the smell of alcohol had dissipated, and his whole body was full of the smell of smoke. The smell made Su Peijian frown and take a step back without thinking. There was plenty of light during the day. All his expressions were exposed to the sun. What's the matter? Cold, alienated, indifferent. It was just like when they first met. No, it made him feel worse than when they first met. At least when they first met, they hadn't reached this step yet. Peijian, I'll send you to work. Ling Jing's words made Su Peijian raise her eyebrows. Looking at the anxiety in Ling Jing's eyes, she suddenly smiled. Young Master Ling wants to send me to work? Thank you, I can't afford it. Peijian, don't talk like that. I really feel bad. Su Peijian looked at the pain in his eyes, and the smile in her eyes deepened. Young Master Ling, I admit that your acting is good. Your acting is really good. It's so good that you played me around. I really thank you for wronging a young master like you. For me, you spent so much effort pretending to be poor, pretending to be a gangster, and pretending to be pitiful. You acted like it was real. Thinking about it this way, I really didn't lose out. No, you acted so deeply before, so deeply that I believed it without a doubt. But young Master Ling, this is a show. There will be a time when the curtain will fall. You've acted enough, and you've played enough. Can you be magnanimous and let me go? No, I'm really not. I'm not acting this time. I'm serious. Perhaps it was acting at the beginning, but at the same time, he also got into character and unknowingly put himself in it. Su Peijian, I'm serious. I really want to start over with you. Do you really want to start over with me? Or do you think that you haven't played enough with me? A prisoner through labor? Don't say those 3 words again. I beg you. He couldn't listen to those 3 words. Hearing them made his heart ache. What 3 words? A prisoner through labor? Su Peijian spread her hands and looked indifferent. Am I wrong? That's the truth. I'm a prisoner through labor. Young Master Ling said that. I'm just repeating your words. Su Peijian, it's all my fault. Everything, it's all my fault. Ling Jing stepped forward and held her hand. He closed his eyes. He really couldn't stand Su Peijian's attitude. I didn't do it on purpose. I was just too angry at that time. You know, that Hui Yifan, he sent me some photos. I saw at the time, and I went crazy with anger. I thought those photos were real. Besides, you guys used to be good. I believed it. Su Peijian stood there and listened to him continue with a cold face. Her expression was indifferent, and she looked unmoved. Ling Jing really regretted it. He thought of Su Peijian saying that he had no brain yesterday. It wasn't that he didn't have a brain. It was just that at that moment, anger took over his rationality, plus the embarrassment of being discovered by her. He didn't know how to explain his identity, but he just had to receive those photos. The two things were mixed together, so he lost his rationality for a moment. I was wrong. I regret it. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have not given you a chance to explain. I shouldn't have jumped to a conclusion without asking anything. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. The winter sun slowly rose and shone on her body, but there was no warmth at all. Her fingertips were slightly cold. Ling Jing held her hand very tightly, as if this could give him some warmth. Are you done? There were some things that Su Peijian knew yesterday. Indeed, the person who sent the photos was Hui Yifan, and it had nothing to do with Ling Jing. Seeing those photos made Ling Jing angry. In the end, it wasn't Hui Yifan who said those hurtful words. But so what? Su Peijian took a step forward and didn't rush to withdraw her hand. She just stared at Ling Jing. You said that you were angry because you saw Hui Yifan's photo? Yes, but before that? Su Peijian's voice was very cold, and her expression was even colder. Before that, who were you? Ling Jing. Wasn't it? Before that, your identity was already the young master of the Ling family. Wasn't it? You were injured at that time, and I brought you back. Then, by accident, I thought of you as a hooligan, a gigolo, and I said I wanted to keep you. You could be angry, you could leave, or you could refuse, right? Yes. Ling Jing couldn't defend himself. It was indeed like that. He could refuse, or he could leave. You didn't refuse. You agreed. On the surface, you signed an agreement with me and said that I would keep you for half a year. In fact, at that time, you felt uncomfortable and unwilling, right? You had a chance to explain the situation. As long as you told me your identity, I promised that I would give up the idea. But you didn't. Not only did you not, but you also followed my wishes and acted with me. You played the role of a gigolo, a hooligan to perfection. In the end, you made me believe that you were a hooligan with nothing. You were a gigolo who relied on me to keep you, right? Right? And then, the anger in your heart didn't dissipate. Your unwillingness was still there. You just hid it. You decided to zhou xian, to hide your identity and stay by my side. At that time, you should have started planning, right? The series of questions made Ling Jing's voice stuck in his throat. There were many things he couldn't say. He could only stare at her blankly. Peijian, let me finish. In fact, at that time, you started thinking about taking revenge on me. Didn't you? Ling Jing couldn't refute that. What she said was the truth. I noticed that I might have a different feeling for you. Lin Feixing appeared. He was pursuing me. My mother wanted me to get married, so I decided to stop our relationship. At that time, I completely angered you. On the surface, you seemed to agree. But in fact, you were thinking about how to make me fall in love with you. In the end, you could declare victory in front of me and dump me. Peijian, I didn't. I only thought that way at first. Then, you appeared in front of me. Not only did you act like a hooligan and pretend to be pitiful, but you also hurt yourself on purpose. In order to convince me, he even bought that bungalow. Everything was just a ruse, and you were the one who set it up. I'm the one who fell into your trap. The one who fell into your trap. No, it's not exactly like that. She was mad. You were just unwilling. You were just angry. You just wanted me to submit to you, and you got it later. I believed in you. I chose you. You succeeded. You also won. After you won, you felt that you were tired of playing the game and wanted to end it. So, after receiving those photos, you just had an excuse, a reason. Those photos successfully made you decide to get rid of me and complete your original plan to take revenge on me, didn't they? The series of words were sharp and direct. Who was Su Peijian? She had been with Su Changhui in the business world since she was a child. She had her own vision and vision. That's right, Ling Jing said it seriously. It sounded as if they really didn't trust each other enough. But what was the truth? Ling Jing, from the beginning to the end, Whether you were sincere or not, your feelings for me were built on deception. An encounter that started with deception, a relationship that was decided to be based on revenge from the beginning. Does it have anything to do with misunderstanding? Her aura was too fierce, her words too sharp and direct, and every word she said was to the point. Ling Jing was speechless, standing there for a long time. She couldn't think of anything to refute. Su Peijian finally pulled her hand back. Looking at some stubble on Ling Jing's chin, she took a step back. Chapter 874. What Su Peijian cared about was not just a misunderstanding, but deception. From the beginning, Ling Jing had the intention of deception and revenge. It was not a good beginning, a process full of calculations and conspiracies. Love? Haha. Love in the name of deception, full of calculations and conspiracies. How could there be sincerity? The wind was cold, and the sun couldn't shine into his heart. Ling Jing stood there. He had always been proud, arrogant, and unrestrained. But now he felt that he couldn't say a word. Seeing that Su Peijian was about to walk past him, he suddenly reached out and pulled her back. Peijian. The two of them stood next to each other, and he turned his head to look at her expression. Her side profile was beautiful, and her expression was cold. His heart felt like it was being pricked by needles, bursts of pain. It may not have been very good at the beginning, but later I really fell in love with you. Peijian, I love you. It was a simple 3 words. His eyes were focused and full of his sincerity. Su Peijian turned her face to look at Ling Jing, not missing the focus and deep love in his eyes. Last time, young Master Ling said that you weren't tired of me, a prisoner through labor. Now it seems that it's true. The self-deprecating and sarcastic tone made Ling Jing feel ashamed. His lips moved, but his words became weak. Peijian, Sangnan Avenue 59, do you know it? Su Peijian's words made Ling Jing confused. She smiled. Rome City Women's Prison. There are many people like me there. If young Master Ling thinks it's fun and you haven't had enough, I think you should go there and try. Peijian, Su Peijian pulled her hand back. She wanted to walk to work, but now she was not in the mood. She looked at a taxi that just stopped by the roadside. She directly got into the car and left. Ling Jing was left alone by the roadside, enjoying the cold wind alone. It blew into one's heart, making one feel cold from the inside out. Night. The private room smelled of alcohol, and the coffee table in front of the L-shaped sofa was full of all kinds of alcohol. There were also a few empty bottles mixed among them. Gushou looked at Ling Jing, sitting on the sofa, drinking like a pig. He didn't dare to ask the young master to drink less. His phone rang at the right time. He hurried forward and handed the phone to Ling Jing. Young master, it's a call from Madam. I'm not answering. Without raising his head, Ling Jing threw away the cup in his hand, took another bottle of wine, and poured it directly into his mouth. Young master? Gushou had been with Ling Jing for a long time, but this was the first time Ling Jing had ever experienced such a situation. No, there was another time half a year ago. After Su Qingsang took Su Peijian away, Ling Jing threw a big tantrum in the villa. He was done venting his anger. He asked someone to bring him wine and drank wildly for the whole night. Gushou almost thought that Ling Jing would be poisoned by alcohol and had to be sent to the hospital. However, Ling Jing wasn't sent to the hospital at that time. Instead, she didn't go crazy after getting drunk. He always raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the door. His voice was unsteady but full of anger. Isn't it just a woman? Rare? Go, all of you go. I can't wait for you to leave and not be an eyesore in front of me. Get lost. All of you scram. That time was almost the same as now. Gushou watched Ling Jing get drunk. He watched him go crazy. He watched him repeat a few words over and over again. In the end, he couldn't speak or drink anymore. Gushou didn't ask for help from others and personally sent him back to his room. Woman, don't go. If he hadn't heard Ling Jing's murmur when he sent Ling Jing back to his room, he would almost have thought that Ling Jing lost his temper and drank because he was humiliated by Su Qingsang. He thought that Ling Jing would go to Su Peijian when he woke up the next day. However, he didn't expect that Ling Jing would wake up the next day as if nothing had happened. He would do what he had to do. For a time, Gu Xiu thought that the murmur he heard that day was his illusion. Ling Jing couldn't have said that. Now looking at Ling Jing's appearance, he still remembered that Ling Jing stopped Su Peijian and talked for a long time. Although he was far away and didn't hear what they said at all. But from Ling Jing's tone and expression, Gu Xiu knew that the young master's tribulation had come again. Wasn't this Su Peijian Ling Jing's tribulation? Every time Ling Jing met her, it was abnormal. It seemed that more than half a year had passed, but Su Peijian could still affect Ling Jing. Young master, seeing that Ling Jing was about to drink again, Gu Xiu couldn't let her drink anymore. Don't drink anymore. No matter how much you drink, Miss Su won't know. She doesn't feel bad, right? When he didn't mention Su Peijian, Ling Jing's face became more and more ugly. He picked up the wine on the table and was about to continue, but Gu Xiu pressed his hand. Young master, this woman's personality is similar. No matter how hard her mouth is, her heart is soft. If you have any misunderstanding with Miss Su, just solve it. If you want her to turn back, isn't it easy? You can make her soft-hearted. Once her heart softens, maybe she will turn back? Ling Jing stopped drinking and looked up at Gu Xiu. It seemed that he just remembered that Gu Xiu had a girlfriend who was talking about marriage. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Xiu as if thinking about his words. What did you say? Make her soft-hearted? Yes. Now, as long as he could stop Ling Jing from drinking, Gu Xiu was willing to try anything. He looked at Ling Jing carefully and said very cautiously, Young master, think about it. No matter how much Miss Su misunderstands you, she is still a woman. If you get hurt and bleed a little, won't she feel bad for you every minute? If she loves you wholeheartedly, won't your chance come? Go on. Ling Jing was interested and stopped drinking. He just grabbed Gu Xiu's hand and asked him to continue. Gu Xiu's head hurt. Didn't he just say it clearly enough? Young master, what I mean is, it's useless for you to hide here and drink. You should let Miss Su see you like this. I think Miss Su is the most soft-hearted person. Maybe when she sees you drinking to drown your sorrows and become like this because of her, she will be very touched and then forgive you. In fact, Gu Xiu didn't have much experience in love. His wife was his first girlfriend. He came up with such an idea because he was forced by Ling Jing. However, Ling Jing listened. Not only did he listen, but he also felt that it made sense. That's right. He nodded. He should let Su Peijian see how sad and uncomfortable he was now. Well, no. He had to do something else. Back then, Su Peijian picked him up because he was injured, which showed that she was kind-hearted. Since that was the case, it was his chance. Okay. Ling Jing stood up and patted Gu Xiu on the shoulder. If it's done, I will give you a raise. After saying this, he quickly got up and left the private room. Su Peijian was busy with work today and stayed up late. It wasn't that she had so many things to do, but it was her birthday in a few days. According to last year's tradition, Xiang Kaiping would definitely celebrate her birthday with her. She took care of things in advance, not just on the day of her birthday. She thought that she might as well make some arrangements. From her birthday to the New Year's holiday, she would take a few days out and spend a few days with Xiang Kaiping. The location had been chosen, and the plane tickets had been booked. She would leave on her birthday and come back after New Year's. Thinking of her birthday, she couldn't help but think of her birthday last year. Just the day before her birthday, on Christmas Day, she picked up Ling Jing. At that time, she thought that she was just bringing back a drunkard. Unexpectedly, realizing that she was thinking of that liar who was full of lies, Su Peijian shook her head, packed up her things, and planned to leave. She got off the elevator and went to the underground parking lot. When she walked to the car, she was shocked by the corpse lying next to her car. It didn't seem right to call a corpse. The corpse on the ground seemed to be stained with blood, facing the direction of her car. She could see that there was a lot of blood on the body, but she quickly turned her attention to other places. She was already very familiar with the figure of the other party. After all, the two of them had shared a bed for many days. Seeing the blood on the body, Su Peijian was still shocked. Looking at the blood on the other party's body, her heart stopped beating for a moment. She covered her chest with her hand and stood there for a long time, unable to move. The place where Ling Jing fell happened to be in front of her car door. If she wanted to open the door, she would have to move him. Su Peijian stood there for a long time, staring at Ling Jing's corpse for a long time. She finally recovered and realized that something was wrong. She slowly bent down and turned Ling Jing's body over. There was blood on the other party's chest. She didn't check the other party's wound, but directly patted Ling Jing's shoulder. "Get up." Ling Jing lay there without moving. Su Peijian looked at his tightly closed eyes, gritted her teeth, grabbed Ling Jing's arm hard, and dragged him to the side. Ling Jing seemed to be dragged awake by her. He opened his eyes with a painful look on his face. When he saw Su Peijian, his eyes lit up. If you want to pretend to be dead, go somewhere else." Su Peijian interrupted him and at the same time let go of her hand, letting his body fall to the ground. "If you're injured, go to the hospital." "Peijian?" Why was it different from what he thought? Ling Jing was stunned. I'm injured." "I said, if you're injured, go to the hospital." Su Peijian didn't move at all. Seeing that Ling Jing's body was already some distance away from her car door, she opened the door without thinking and got in the car. The moment she was about to start the car, Ling Jing panicked. He quickly stood up and tried to open the door. "Peijian?" Su Peijian didn't say a word and just looked at him coldly. Only then did Ling Jing realize that he had been exposed. I'm not. I'm just..." Su Peijian pulled his hand away. "Ling Jing, you're really hopeless." After saying this, she slammed the car door. She started the car and left. Chapter 875. Christmas. In the past, it was Su Peijian's birthday. Today, it became Su Qingsang's birthday. Unlike in previous years, Su Qingsang called Su Peijian this year and invited her to have dinner together. She refused. There were many people in the Hua family, and Hui Yifan was there. She didn't want to join in the fun. Su Qingsang probably knew her concerns and repeatedly made it clear to her that it was just a very private party. It was just with Jinyao's childhood friends and their girlfriends. There would be no one else. Su Peijian thought about it and didn't refuse. She said goodbye to Xiang Kaiping and went to Su Qingsang's party. Last time, Su Qingsang took her away from Ling Jing's house. Although she was confident that she could get away in the end, she did owe Su Qingsang a favor. She remembered it too. Hua Jinyao's childhood friends had all found girlfriends in the past 2 or 3 years. Li Junsheng brought Yizhen. Wan Xianying had been pursuing Shermeng Wan, but now he had a new girlfriend. Su Changlong and Cheng Xianyan were married. The only single person present was Tang Mohan. Because the seat next to him was empty, and Su Qingsang's seat was next to it. Su Peijian didn't think much and looked at the empty seat and sat down. She didn't realize that something was wrong until she sat down. Su Qingsang blinked at her. She suddenly felt a little awkward. Tang Mohan, on the other hand, didn't look awkward at all. He pushed a glass in front of her. "Do you want a drink or drink?" "Drink." Tang Mohan was already over 30, and he was the only one in this group who was still single. Watching a group of childhood friends get married and have children, it was like Hua Jinyao had a pair of twins. Tang Mohan wasn't in a hurry at all. "Drink this. Plum wine with a low alcohol content. It's like buying a drink." "Thank you." Su Peijian picked up the glass. It was indeed a very light wine with almost no smell of alcohol. She had never attended Hua Jinyao's childhood friends' parties. She had attended many parties in Hui Yifan's circle. However, he took a serious look at the other people present. She was willing to admit that the circle was really interesting. "Your company's recent project in England is doing well." The sudden voice made her turn around and realize that Tang Mohan was talking to her. "Thank you." He was referring to the project led by Su Changhui and Lin Feixing's company. "I know Boss Lin too. He admires you very much." Tang Mohan was holding a glass in his hand and drinking. His posture was very elegant. Su Peijian smiled. "Mr. Lin, you're exaggerating. I'm not as good as he says." Tang Mohan turned to look at Su Peijian and suddenly smiled. "Not bad. You know your place." Su Peijian didn't understand what he meant. Tang Mohan smiled. "Our company is preparing to start a similar project in Australia. The project is quite big. If your company is interested, we can pick a time to discuss it." "Sure." Su Peijian wouldn't mind Tang Mohan's attitude if she didn't earn money. Maximizing benefits was what she wanted. As for Tang Mohan, she didn't think that he would be interested in her. If it was just a collaboration, that would be fine. Tang Mohan raised his glass and clinked it with hers. "I'll look forward to working with you. I'll look forward to working with you." After clinking glasses and finishing the drink in the glass, there was nothing more to say. Su Peijian was a little bored sitting there, so she took the opportunity to go out and go to the bathroom outside. The door of the private room opposite her opened at that moment. She saw the person sitting inside from the corner of her eye. Ling Jing. He was sitting there drinking. It seemed that he had drunk a lot. After just a glance, she looked away, turned around, and continued to walk forward without looking back. Her footsteps were very fast, but the person who had been drinking inside was even faster. The door was open, and someone rushed out from inside. As he walked, many of the wine bottles on the coffee table fell to the ground. The noise was followed by a knock on the door, and before she could react, her wrist was grabbed by someone. She turned to look at Ling Jing, and he dragged her into her private room. Su Peijian wanted to scream, but she saw Gu Xiu come out. He was used to reading people's eyes and cleared away the irrelevant people. After a few seconds, the person who stayed inside came out. She was brought into the private room by Ling Jing. She looked at him coldly, but at that moment, he let go of her hand and blocked the door. For more than half a year, she had never thought of seeing Ling Jing. But in the past few days, she had met Ling Jing one after another. If it was a coincidence, she really didn't believe it. Is it interesting? She looked at Ling Jing, who was blocking the door with his body and not letting her out. Ling Jing looked at Su Peijian. He reached out and directly hugged her into his arms. He lowered his head and was about to kiss her. Su Peijian's body struggled for a moment. As her hands were held behind her back by him, his lips finally touched. Their lips met, and their lips were filled with the taste of each other's alcohol. She was like this, and so was he. However, the taste of alcohol in his mouth was much stronger. Su Peijian didn't respond. She let him plunder and never let go. He kept rubbing her lips, but he couldn't go any deeper. The eagerness in his heart made him turn around with her in his arms, and his body was pressed against the door. His breathing became heavy. His hands were on the door behind her, and he looked at her fixedly. His eyes were bloodshot, and his breath was hot. Compared to Su Peijian's cold expression, there was no fluctuation in her eyes. He caressed her cheek. This woman made him love and hate her at the same time. Can we forget all the things that happened in the past? Can we? Reset and start over. Can't we? His voice was very conflicted. He held her tightly and refused to let go. No. Her voice was even colder than her expression. Ling Jing felt a slight pain in his heart. Tell me, what do you have to do to forgive me? Forgive? That was really a difficult question to answer. Su Peijian was also straightforward. Never contact each other. Impossible. If he hadn't realized his feelings, he could pretend that nothing had happened. But since he had already realized his feelings, how could he let her go? Because of the broken wine bottle in the private room, the smell of alcohol was very strong. Su Peijian didn't like this kind of place. If it weren't for Su Qingseng, she wouldn't have planned to come today. Su Peijian. He leaned over and kissed her lips. His voice was a little pleading. Forgive me, please? Seeing that she was unmoved, he suddenly became angry. He grabbed her waist and used force to rub her into his body. Do you still remember? You promised me something. You promised me. Su Peijian frowned slightly. It seemed that she only remembered at this moment that she seemed to have promised him something. Before she could recall, he had already said his request. I know you have a good memory. You remember, right? You said that you can promise me one thing. I'm mentioning it now. My request is that you forgive me. Seeing that she ignored him, he pressed his forehead against hers and stubbornly asked for her answer. Say that you forgive me. Su Peijian looked at the man. The man's eyes were bloodshot and his breathing was rapid. The two of them were very close, so close that she could hear the other's heartbeat. She just looked at him. When a man was about to explode, she said the words that he wanted to hear. I forgive you. The surprise came too suddenly. Ling Jing stared at her with her eyes wide open. She could hardly believe her ears. What did you say? Say it again. I forgive you. Can you let go? Peijian, you. Su Peijian put one hand on his chest. She was much calmer than Ling Jing thought. Don't you understand? I said I forgive you. You can let go. No. Since you forgive me, then we Ling Jing. Su Peijian interrupted him rudely. You only asked me to promise you one condition. You said you wanted me to forgive you, and I promised. But forgiving you and being with you are two conditions. But, the wine that Ling Jing had just drunk seemed to finally start to rush to his brain. He looked at Su Peijian with a headache. It's not like this. It shouldn't be like this. You promised me. You promised yourself. Isn't that right? Let go. You promised me. Ling Jing. I've done what I promised you. It's not like this. It wasn't like this. What he wanted her to do wasn't like this. Even if she said she forgave him, he knew that she hadn't forgiven him in her heart. If you're really willing to forgive me, you should promise to give me a chance and start over with me. Ling Jing. Don't you understand? I can forgive you, but I won't be with you anymore. Why? Since she could forgive him, why couldn't she accept him again? Because your credibility with me is zero, Su Peijian said bluntly. I don't know which of your words are true and which are false. I don't know what's waiting for me after you pretend to be deeply in love with me. I don't know which day you, young Master Ling, will bring up the past on a whim. I won't. I promise I really won't. Really? Unfortunately, I don't believe you. I really won't. I can swear in the future. Ling Jing was eager to prove himself, but Su Peijian didn't want to hear it. She pushed him away and looked at him fixedly. Ling Jing, you're a good girl. Ling Jing, my identity, my past, my experience, they're all facts, unchangeable facts. I'm a prisoner. I am a woman who has had other men. Why should I believe your oath, your promise? She interrupted his explanation and promise. For Su Peijian, it was hard to accumulate trust, but it was easy to destroy it. Ling Jing was speechless. Su Peijian took a step to the side and put her hand on the door handle. Chapter 876. Ling Jing stubbornly refused to let Su Peijian leave. If she could really forgive herself, why didn't she let it all go? He and she had had a good time, didn't they? He hadn't forgotten. He didn't believe that she had. The two of them were so compatible, both in bed and out of bed. They actually had a tacit understanding, didn't they? They really loved each other, didn't they? Is it so important how it started? Isn't the process more important than the result? Su Peijian turned to look into his eyes. The lights in the private room weren't very bright. She could see Ling Jing's eyes clearly. For me, yes. The process and the result are important, but the beginning is also very important. Su Peijian sat in the designated driver's car. When she passed by Rong City's Jiangxin Park, she found someone setting off fireworks there. It was Christmas. There were many people celebrating outside. She asked the driver to slow down a little. Her eyes were a little blurred as she looked at the fireworks outside. When she left Ling Jing's private room and closed the door, she heard Ling Jing suddenly say 5 words. Peijian, I love you. His uncharacteristically low and hoarse voice was full of pain and entanglement. At that moment, Su Peijian's footsteps stopped there. In the end, she still left without looking back. In the past, she wouldn't care about things outside of her body, nor would she care about the eyes of others. However, this entanglement with Ling Jing made her see through many things. In fact, if it was just a misunderstanding that day, she really wouldn't take it to heart. She could understand the decisions made by people under impulse. After getting along with Ling Jing for so long, she could more or less see his personality. But she really couldn't forgive Ling Jing's original motive and the hurtful words he said. She didn't like to dig up people's old debts. But at the same time, she didn't like others to dig up her old debts. She could maintain this little bit of contact with Su Qingsang now, because Su Qingsang could let it go. If she could, naturally she could too. When many people talked about things that had nothing to do with them, they always liked to say that the past was the past. However, they didn't know that sometimes the hurt couldn't be passed. Closing her eyes, Su Peijian emptied her mind and left Ling Jing behind. She didn't think about anything. Kyoto, Japan. Su Peijian stood in front of the simple wooden door and turned to look at Xiang Kaiping. We are half a month late. The maple leaves here are almost all gone. The Color Glass Courtyard was a relatively small tourist attraction in Kyoto, Japan. It was open twice a year. Cherry blossoms in spring and maple leaves in autumn. Su Peijian and the others were late. It was already past the opening hours, but they could still vaguely see the red leaves all over the mountain, as well as the shadow of autumn. It was a nice day. She and Xiang Kaiping had been in Japan for 3 days. 2 days ago, he brought Xiang Kaiping to Tianlong Temple and Qingshui Temple. Xiang Kaiping had been to Japan once before, but that time, Su Qingsang had taken her to Tokyo. There was also Nara's hot spring. This time, when Su Peijian brought her to the capital, she had never been there before. He was very excited along the way. Of course, he was excited not because he could come and play, but because he could come with his daughter. This made her happier than the last time she went to Europe with a group of ginseng. Mom, it's already past the open season. I don't know if they'll let us in. Wait a minute, I'll go and ask. It's okay for her. It's okay even if she can't. Anyway, since we're here, we'll just take it as exercise and walk around. Okay. Su Peijian went up and knocked on the door. After a serious conversation with the people inside, she pointed in the direction of Kaiping. After about 5 minutes, the people in the temple finally relented and agreed to let them in. The low-key, simple wooden door was a picturesque scene of early winter inside. Although the maple leaves were already damaged, they could still see a fiery red. Xiang Kaiping looked at the beautiful scenery in front of her and was in a good mood. It's so beautiful here. Yes, it's beautiful. Su Peijian handed a bag in her hand to Xiang Kaiping. There's a place for tourists to copy scriptures. Do you want to copy them? The most special thing about this temple was not only the beautiful scenery. Another special feature was that there would be scriptures for the guests to copy here. Tourists would write down their wishes and offer them in front of Buddha, asking Buddha to bless their wishes to come true. Okay, Xiang Kaiping was not a religious person in the past, but ever since she recognized her daughter and a series of things happened, she began to believe. Su Peijian took Xiang Kaiping up the stairs to the second floor. In addition to enjoying the beautiful scenery, there were also tables for tourists to copy scriptures. Xiang Kaiping was very devout. Su Peijian was only there to accompany her. Seeing her like that, she sat down. She did not believe in Buddhism and did not understand Buddhist scriptures. Looking at the words on it, there was a strange but familiar feeling. She knew the words, but when put together, she did not know what they meant. Glancing at Xiang Kaiping, she picked up the pen and started copying. Every stroke, every word, and every sentence. Slowly, she became focused and did not even notice that there was another person in the room. After he finished copying, the last blank space was for him to write his name and wish. After writing her name, Su Peijian was stunned for a long time. Her wish? Thinking about her current state of life, she did not seem to have any wishes. Her relationship with Su Chenghui and Li Qianxue had eased, and her relationship with Xiang Kaiping was considered close. Even Su Qingsang, whom she had never liked before, was now in contact with again. She did not have to worry too much about the company, as long as she did not court disaster. She believed that before she retired, her life would only get better, not worse. Then, she really could not think of any wishes. Looking out of the window, she saw the red and green mountain scenery. Life was too short. The 4 seasons changed, and a lifetime passed in a few spring and autumn. Closing her eyes, she wrote down 8 words. No desire, no love, strong. When she finished writing, she found that Xiang Kaiping was still copying. She quietly got up, wanting to stretch her muscles and bones. Her gaze fell on the figure sitting on the other side. For a moment, she thought there was something wrong with her eyes. Ling Jing? Why was he here? Ling Jing sat diagonally across from her. He lowered his head and was very focused on copying scriptures. Su Peijian inexplicably felt a little uncomfortable. She wanted to say something, but it seemed that she could not say anything. The room was very quiet. Ling Jing seemed to be very serious and did not notice that she had finished copying. At this time, there were no other tourists. Su Peijian got up, turned around, and walked to the window to look at the scenery outside. The mountain wind was very strong, and the capital was a little cold at this season. She crossed her arms, feeling complicated and indescribable. Xiang Kaiping quickly finished copying. She got up and walked in front of her, asking her where to put the copied scriptures. Su Peijian took the scripture from her hand. Just put it in the temple hall downstairs and worship it in front of the Buddha. Xiang Kaiping wanted to say something, but realized that there were other people present. So she whispered, "Then let's go down." Su Peijian nodded, forcing herself not to look in Ling Jing's direction. Unexpectedly, Ling Jing had also finished copying at this time. He got up, walked in front of them, smiled at them, and nodded again. Xiang Kaiping had always been a warm person, so she also returned a smile. Seeing Xiang Kaiping smile, Ling Jing immediately wanted to say something, but when he saw Su Peijian's gloomy face, he could only shut up. He went straight in the direction of the downstairs. Out of the room, downstairs, and through the lobby was the temple hall of the colored glass courtyard. At this time, there were monks chanting scriptures inside. Although they were using a language that Xiang Kaiping did not understand, it did not reduce the devotion in her heart. "I'm going to worship the Buddha. Help me put this on the table." "Okay." Su Peijian nodded. She took the 2 copied scriptures to the table and saw Xiang Kaiping's wish at a glance. "I hope that my daughter Su Peijian can find happiness." This simple sentence made Su Peijian's heart tremble. She knew very well that Xiang Kaiping had always been a very traditional, very simple woman. But she was still moved by this prayer. Compared to her, she seemed to be much colder. When she put the scriptures on the table, she saw the handwritten Buddhist scripture on the top. She glanced at it and saw her name on it. "I hope that Su Peijian can forgive me and be with me." Childish. Ridiculous. Boring. Did he think that she would be moved by him doing something like this? Would she forgive him and agree to be with him? Su Peijian expressionlessly placed the scripture she had copied on the table and took a step back. When she saw Xiang Kaiping, who was sincerely worshipping Buddha, she put her palms together and closed her eyes with sincerity. She had no wish in her heart. She only hoped that Xiang Kaiping would be healthy and that the people she cared about would be safe and happy. Feeling a slight movement beside her, she looked to her side. Ling Jing had not left yet. He also stood beside her devoutly, with his hands together and his eyes closed. Su Peijian looked at him and thought about the wish he had just written. His hands, which were hanging by his side, clenched tightly. Soon, he pretended that nothing had happened and looked elsewhere. Xiang Kaiping happened to be done. She walked to Xiang Kaiping and gestured for her to leave with her. The exit was on the other side, along the corridor of the Japanese-style building. They passed through another room and left the main building. When they came out, the cold wind blew on Xiang Kaiping's face. "The temperature here is fine. It's not colder than Rome City." Yes, she had seen the weather forecast before. It seemed that it would snow in Rome City in the next few days. "I don't know if it will snow here. If it does, it should be beautiful. If you like it, I can come with you when it snows here." "That's not necessary." Xiang Kaiping patted her hand and smiled gently. "You're already busy with work. You don't have to accompany an old woman like me every day. If I want to come next time, I can come with a tour group." Su Peijian did not respond. Xiang Kaiping's expectations of her were too low. As they spoke, they had already walked up the stairs. He heard light footsteps coming from behind him. Chapter 877. Ling Jing didn't look at Su Peijian. Instead, she looked at Xiang Kaiping and spoke in a surprised voice. "Hey, are you from China, too?" Xiang Kaiping turned around in surprise. "Hello, are you from China, too?" Su Peijian stood by the side and watched coldly as Ling Jing pretended not to know her. She gave him a warning look. Ling Jing didn't seem to notice her eyes. He stood in front of Xiang Kaiping with a smile and politeness on his face. "Yes, I'm from China too. Which part of China are you from?" When he said this, he deliberately revealed a bit of accent. Sure enough, Xiang Kaiping's eyes lit up. "I'm from Rome City." "What a coincidence. I'm from Rome City too." Ling Jing smiled brightly and looked at Su Peijian. When she saw the coldness in her eyes, she quickly looked back at Xiang Kaiping's face. "Are you here to play too? Can you take a photo for me?" She took out her phone and handed it to Xiang Kaiping. I'm old and can't do much. Let my daughter take a photo for you. She glanced at Su Peijian and gestured for Su Peijian to help. Su Peijian stood there and didn't move. Ling Jing looked at Su Peijian and didn't get annoyed when she didn't move. Sister, you look so young. Your daughter is already so old. I can't tell. If you didn't tell me, I would have thought she was your sister. Ha! As long as it was a woman, there was no one who didn't like to be praised as young. Xiang Kaiping smiled more happily because of Ling Jing's words. You're really good at talking. She turned to look at Su Peijian. Peijian, take a photo for this gentleman. Su Peijian pursed her lips into a straight line. She looked at the phone that Ling Jing handed over and took it with no expression. Wait a minute. Ling Jing took a few steps back and stood on the steps in the courtyard, looking at Su Peijian intently. In Xiang Caiping's eyes, it was just an ordinary tourist taking photos. Su Peijian saw the different meaning in her eyes. She didn't want to take a photo of Ling Jing at all, even if she was willing to admit that Ling Jing was very handsome under the camera. He almost didn't need to pose, and he already looked very stylish. Are you done? Ling Jing still wanted to ask such a question. Su Peijian pursed her lips into a straight line again and pressed the shutter button. She did it on purpose. She didn't take a picture or look for an angle. His hand trembled, and a piece of paper was smashed. When he pressed down again, he only slapped a body, not even a head. Ling Jing didn't even look at the 3 photos that Su Peijian had taken, but she just returned the phone to Ling Jing. Without saying a word, he planned to leave after filming. Before he left, he did not forget to glare at Ling Jing, his eyes full of warning. Ling Jing didn't seem to be affected by her gaze at all. Thank you. He took the phone and pretended to look at the photos inside. When he saw his headless self, he did not feel the slightest bit angry. Su Peijian looked at him and smiled even more brightly than before. Then she walked up to Xiang Kaiping. Big sister, why don't you do it? As he spoke, he did not forget to show Xiang Kaiping the photo he had just taken. Xiang Kaiping looked at it and gasped. Peijian. The photos Su Peijian had taken of her were all pretty. Su Peijian almost wanted to clench his teeth. If Xiang Kaiping wasn't here, she had no doubt that she would directly strangle Ling Jing. Sorry, my hand shook. It's okay. It's cold here. Seeing that Ling Jing was still making excuses for Su Peijian, Xiang Kaiping felt very embarrassed. Sir, I'm sorry. Big sister, it's okay. He said it was okay, but Xiang Kaiping felt embarrassed. She glanced at Su Peijian, her tone not blaming, but a bit more reminding. Peijian, take a good photo for him. Su Peijian inhaled again and again, restraining herself again and again. She resisted the urge to explode and took more than a dozen photos of Ling Jing in one breath. Finally, she handed it to him expressionlessly. Thank you. Ling Jing thanked her with a smile. Looking at Xiang Kaiping and Su Peijian, he spoke very warmly. Let me take a group photo for you too. Su Peijian wanted to refuse, but Xiang Kaiping nodded without hesitation. Okay. She took out her phone and handed it to Ling Jing. Sir, you are so kind. Thank you. You're welcome. Ling Jing took Xiang Caiping's phone and gestured for Su Peijian to stand with Xiang Kaiping. Su Peijian didn't want to cooperate at all, but she couldn't resist Xiang Caiping's enthusiasm. The mother and daughter stood in the winding path. The maple leaves on the mountain were almost all gone, but Su Peijian was beautiful. Ling Jing held the phone and took a photo of them very seriously. After taking the photo, she handed the phone to Xiang Kaiping. Big sister, look at it. What do you think? Okay. Su Peijian had given Xiang Kaiping a new phone before she left Europe. The photo function was very good. She took the phone and flipped through it. Immediately, a very happy smile appeared on her face. Peijian, look. This gentleman is really good at taking photos. He took such a beautiful photo of you. It's not me who took beautiful photos. Ling Jing was very good at talking. It's your daughter who is beautiful. Xiang Kaiping was happier to hear someone praise her daughter than herself. Thank you, sir. You're also very handsome. No way. I'm not handsome. I don't even have a girlfriend until now. Really? You are so handsome. How can you not have a girlfriend? I think you have too high standards. Yes. My standards are very high. I don't like ordinary women, but the women I like, Ling Jing deliberately paused and then looked at Su Peijian. Su Peijian's eyes were already burning. If Ling Jing dared to say anything, she believed that she would kick him without hesitation. The woman I like doesn't like me. Ling Jing sighed. But it's okay. I will work hard to make her like me. Sir, you are so infatuated. It's okay. You have the heart. I believe that the person you like will definitely like you too. Really? Of course. Xiang Kaiping nodded. Because of the photos Ling Jing took just now, she had a very good impression of Ling Jing. Thank you for your kind words, big sister. Big sister, it is fate that we met. Since we can meet in a foreign country, why don't I be the host and treat you to a meal? No need. Su Peijian didn't want to bear it anymore and directly interrupted. We have already made a reservation. Not understanding why her daughter's attitude was like this, Xiang Kaiping glanced at her. She was clearly asking her what to eat tonight. Why did she say that she had made a reservation now? I see. Ling Jing seemed to be lost. Then I'll have to deal with it by myself. Big sister, you don't know how to eat when you eat out alone. Why are you traveling alone? Xiang Kaiping asked casually. I said, the person I like doesn't like me, so I came to the temple here. I pray for the blessings of the gods and Buddhas. I hope that my sincerity will work and that the person I like will also like me. Sir, you are really sincere. You will definitely get what you want. Thank you, big sister. You are such a good person. Xiang Kaiping was praised again. She couldn't help but turn to look at Su Peijian. Peijian, look, this gentleman is also alone. We are all China people. Why don't you see if the table you booked can seat 3 people? If possible, let this gentleman come with us. Although she said that, Su Peijian knew that if she didn't bring Ling Jing today, she was afraid that Xiang Kaiping could talk with Ling Jing here for half an hour. Big sister, you are welcome. If it is too troublesome, I can handle it by myself. It is not troublesome, not troublesome. She glanced at Su Peijian. Peijian? Su Peijian only felt that the back of her teeth began to hurt, and she glared at Ling Jing with hatred. However, it didn't have any effect. Instead, Ling Jing moved closer to Xiang Kaiping. Words of gratitude came out of her mouth, but her eyes were looking at Su Peijian. If she was not mistaken, there was a trace of pride in the other party's eyes. This realization made Su Peijian's face turn red. Damn Ling Jing. Did he really think that she couldn't do anything to him like this? Or did he really think that she had to compromise because of him? Dream on. She would never compromise, and she would never forgive. An hour later, she looked at Ling Jing, who was sitting opposite her. He and Xiang Kaiping seemed to be having a good time talking. If people who didn't know the situation saw that scene, they might think that Ling Jing was Xiang Kaiping's son. Big sister, I didn't expect you to be in Rong City's Northern Heaven District. So is my home. What a coincidence. Xiang Kaiping was really surprised. Which road is your home in Northern Heaven District? Ling Jing said a place name, and Xiang Kaiping's eyes lit up. She couldn't help but turn her face to look at Su Peijian. Peijian, look, what a coincidence. Not only can we meet people from the same hometown, but we are also so close. Hee. Coincidence? Wasn't it a coincidence? She didn't know how much effort Ling Jing had put in for such a coincidence. He asked someone to follow her. She came to Japan, and he came to Japan. She came to Glazed Light Academy, and he came to Glazed Light Academy. She said she wanted to come to eat, and he followed. He was really free. Her too-cold attitude made Xiang Kaiping a little embarrassed. Peijian? It's okay. Xiang Kaiping was too simple. She believed whatever others said. The corners of Su Peijian's mouth twitched. You guys talk. I'm going to the bathroom. Su Peijian got up and left. Before she left, she glanced at Ling Jing coldly. That gaze was angry and a little warning. In the bathroom outside, Su Peijian tried very hard to calm herself down, but found it very difficult. Ling Jing's appearance greatly broke her expectations. She didn't expect him to be so thick-skinned, and she didn't expect him to appear in front of Xiang Kaiping so openly. She thought that after what happened before, the most important thing Ling Jing should do now was to disappear in front of her. Unexpectedly, not only did Ling Jing not disappear, but he also, Su Peijian gritted her teeth. She had never been so angry. Ling Jing had calculated that she was worried about Xiang Kaiping, so he was so unscrupulous. Chapter 878. She turned on the faucet and washed her face with cold water. Su Peijian didn't even care about ruining the makeup on her face. She needed to think of a way to drive Ling Jing far away from her sight. Su Peijian hadn't thought a way yet. When she returned to the room, she found that Ling Jing had said something to Xiang Kaiping, who was laughing her head off. She had known Xiang Kaiping for a few years, and it had been almost 2 years since she was released from prison. It was the first time she had seen Xiang Kaiping laugh so happily. Jing, I'll go and take a look next time I go back to Rome City. Okay. Ling Jing smiled brightly, but she looked at Su Peijian from the corner of her eyes. Su Peijian gritted her teeth and felt a little pain in her gums. Peijian, you're back? Come here. Su Peijian walked to the table and sat down. The shop was traditional Japanese style. The middle of the tatami was sunken. There was a table in the middle. As soon as she sat down, she heard Xiang Caiping's very happy voice. I just realized that our house is only separated by a road from Ling Jing's house. Really? It wasn't like Su Peijian hadn't been to Ling Jing's villa before. His house was in 2 different directions from their previous villa. Yes. Don't you think it's a coincidence? Indeed. Su Peijian was expressionless, but she looked at Ling Jing with an ambiguous gaze. It's really a coincidence. That's what I said. Xiang Kaiping looked like she had met an old friend in a foreign land. She looked at Su Peijian as if she wanted her approval very much. Auntie, when we go back, let's get together again. Su Peijian looked at Ling Jing coldly. She had just called her big sister. Why did she call her Auntie now? She didn't know how Ling Jing fooled Xiang Kaiping, but Xiang Kaiping didn't feel anything wrong at all. Okay, Jing, you're really good. Few young people are so patient nowadays. Not all. Isn't this what I should do? What should I do? Su Peijian sat there and watched the 2 of them talking happily. Her face became more and more gloomy. If Ling Jing really thought that she would compromise because of this, it could only mean that he didn't understand her. She would not compromise. Ling Jing would not get what he wanted. For the rest of the time, Ling Jing was very attentive. His attentiveness was just right. Xiang Kaiping would not think that he was overly flattering, nor would she think that he was impolite. In the afternoon, they would go sightseeing at the scenic spots. Ling Jing walked right up to Xiang Kaiping. Auntie, are you thirsty? Have a drink. It's not sweet. It's delicious. Auntie, the scenery here is pretty good. Let me take a photo for you. Auntie, look, you should go with your daughter. Even if Su Peijian didn't want to, Xiang Kaiping signaled her to stand with her and take pictures with her. She didn't smile much, but it didn't affect Ling Jing's performance. In the evening, the 3 of them naturally ate together again. Before Su Peijian could pay the bill, Ling Jing had already run to pay the bill. How can I accept this? It's okay, Annie. I was going to eat alone anyway. Now that you guys are here, I can eat a little better. I should be the one thanking you. I'm really sorry. When we get back to Rome City, I'll treat you to dinner. Xiang Caiping's words made Ling Jing's eyes light up. Really? Then I won't stand on ceremony. Auntie, why don't I treat you here and you can treat me when we get back home? That's fine. Xiang Kaiping thought about it and said enthusiastically, my cooking skills are average, but I can make some snacks. When we get back to Rome City, you can come to my house for dinner. Okay. Thank you, Auntie. You're so nice. I believe that you're modest. Your cooking skills must be very good. Ling Jing flattered her without hesitation. Just look at me, and I know that you're someone who knows how to live. You're really good with words. Sure enough, Xiang Kaiping was overjoyed by Ling Jing's flattery. When Su Peijian and Ling Jing planned to return to the hotel, Xiang Kaiping was surprised to find that Ling Jing was in the same hotel as them. Ah, this is really fate. She turned to look at Su Peijian, but she didn't realize that such a coincidence was not fate at all, but man-made. Peijian, look, Jing is in the same hotel as us. Yes, what a coincidence. Su Peijian said the word coincidence through gritted teeth. Yes, what a coincidence. Ling Jing looked calm. I saw the introduction saying that this hotel is good. I didn't expect it. It's really good. It's very good. The environment here is very good and clean. The transportation is convenient, and it's close to where we're going. Xiang Kaiping had been listening to Japanese for the past few days and couldn't understand a word. She was overjoyed to meet someone who could speak Chinese. Su Peijian stood by the wall of the elevator and didn't want to say anything. Anyway, when she returned to her room, she planned to book a ticket back to China tomorrow morning, or go somewhere else. As soon as she had this idea, Ling Jing looked at Xiang Kaiping and said, "Auntie, did you go to Qingshui Temple yesterday? Did you go to Tianlong Temple?" "All of them. I can't remember the name. Peijian took me there." "Then where are you going tomorrow, Auntie?" "Tomorrow? I don't know." Xiang Kaiping turned to look at Su Peijian. "Peijian, where are we going tomorrow?" "Tomorrow." Meeting Xiang Kaiping's sparkling eyes, she couldn't say those words. She twitched the corner of her mouth and said, "Let's talk about tomorrow. Didn't you say we're going tomorrow, Nara?" Su Peijian pursed her lips into a straight line. "I said we're going to the hot spring in Nara tomorrow." "Yes, we're going to the hot spring in Nara tomorrow," Xiang Kaiping repeated. There was a hint of joy in Ling Jing's eyes. Nara. Nara is good. I read the guide before, and it said that the scenery there's also very good. I don't have a fixed destination. Why don't we go together? Okay. Xiang Kaiping didn't object at all. That's good. We'll go together at the appointed time tomorrow. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony and accompany you. Ling Jing glanced at Su Peijian as she spoke. She stood there expressionlessly as if she didn't see her gaze. Back in the room, Ling Jing's room was right across from them. Xiang Kaiping said again that it was fate. Su Peijian opened the door and motioned for Xiang Kaiping to go in first. "Mom, you go in and rest first. I have something to discuss with Mr. Ling." Meeting Xiang Kaiping's confused gaze, she twitched the corners of her mouth and forced herself to show a smile. "Aren't we going to play together tomorrow?" "Naturally, we have to discuss the route and so on. Don't you think so?" "Yes, we have to discuss it. Go ahead. I'll take a shower first." "Okay." Su Peijian watched Xiang Kaiping enter the door. Then she turned to look at Ling Jing. He was also looking at her. He opened the door directly, took a step back, and gestured for her to enter. Su Peijian looked at him coldly and closed her eyes. She didn't want to fight in the corridor like this, so she chose to enter Ling Jing's room. As soon as she entered, Ling Jing closed the door. Her body was pressed against the door by him. She didn't move. His eyes were eager. He stared at her for a long time and finally lowered his head to kiss her. Su Peijian didn't even struggle. She just stared at him. Ling Jing's lips stopped less than a centimeter away from Su Peijian's lips. His breath was hot as he stared fixedly at her face. He didn't speak, and Su Peijian didn't speak either. Their eyes met, but the air was quiet. Ling Jing was unwilling to give up. He wanted to let go, but he couldn't. If he didn't let go, Su Peijian's attitude was obviously stubborn. He made up his mind, tilted his head, and kissed her lips. He was almost hissing. He was forceful, fierce, rough, and eager. Su Peijian's lips hurt, but she didn't even move. She just stared at him. Ling Jing was more and more unwilling. He just bit her lips lightly and didn't let go. Their lips met, and they were glued together. Su Peijian didn't even bother to push him. He was annoyed and used more force. Just a kiss wasn't enough for him. He raised his hand and clasped it around her waist. It was very cold in the capital. She was wearing a slightly thick woolen coat. Ling Jing's hand reached into the coat, then followed the hem of her clothes, and was about to go higher. At this moment, Su Peijian put her hand behind her back and grabbed his hand. He stopped for a moment, and his forehead was still against hers. He just stared at her. Su Peijian let his breath brush across her face, and her eyebrows didn't move. Is it interesting? Ling Jing's hand began to exert force. This woman, now he really wanted to rub her into his body. At least this way, they could always be together. Is it interesting? Ling Jing? Yes. Ling Jing's evil nature rose. He raised his eyebrows and stroked her cheek with one hand. It's interesting. How can it be boring? I came out to play with the woman I like and my future mother-in-law. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Who are you calling mother-in-law? What do you think? Ling Jing caressed her face. Her skin was so good that he had the urge to bite it. Ling Jing, it's meaningless for you to do this. It's meaningless. Can't you just make it meaningful? Impossible. Su Peijian was expressionless. Ling Jing, it's impossible for me to be with you. Why is it impossible? Ling Jing was very unconvinced. Didn't you say it? Have you forgiven me? Forgiving you doesn't mean I want to be with you. Su Peijian waved his hand away. These are two different things. But in my opinion, these are the same thing. Ling Jing, there's no point in you tormenting these things. I said I won't be with you, so I won't be with you. Even if you try to please my mother, it's useless. Ling Jing tilted his head and stared at Su Peijian. Why do you have to use the word please? In my opinion, this is not pleasing, but I think your mother is a good person. Chapter 879. She pushed Ling Jing away slightly and turned to open the door, intending to leave. Ling Jing grabbed her by the waist and trapped her between herself and the door again. Even if you think I'm trying to please you, that's also sincere. Su Peijian, don't associate all of my actions with schemes and motives. Can't I? You don't have a purpose? Su Peijian smiled, her eyes very gloomy. If you don't have a purpose, what you should do now is to get back to the country, not appear here. Yes, I have a purpose. My purpose is just to start over with you. Can I do that? No. Su Peijian shook her head, her expression cold. I don't want to start over with you, because we never started at all. Am I wrong? Su Peijian raised her eyebrows, her expression slightly cold. The two of us were wrong from the beginning. You were calculating, I was ignorant. Since the beginning was wrong. How can we start? Ling Jing was angry, but he couldn't refute. Seeing Su Peijian reach out to open the door, he still didn't give up. Is it so important how we started? Grabbing her hand, his eyes were full of unwillingness. Even if the beginning isn't good, we can make the ending better, right? It's not important to you, but it's very important to me. She broke free, opened the door, and left. The moment she stood at the door and closed it, she stopped. Ling Jing, for you, you're used to being high and mighty. You think some things are natural, but I want to tell you, things in this world are not what you want. The door opened and closed. Su Peijian went to her room without looking back. When she entered the door, Xiang Kaiping had just cleaned up and was about to take a shower. How is it? Have you said it? Yes. Su Peijian squeezed out a smile. Xiang Kaiping was not Li Qinxue. She couldn't confuse the two people. Let's go to Nara tomorrow. The hot springs are not bad, and there are a few good scenery. Okay. Xiang Kaiping was very happy. It's good to be with your daughter. The strong sense of pride in her words made Su Peijian swallow the words she wanted to say to return to China. Mom, go take a shower. I'm tired after playing all day. Rest early. All right. Xiang Kaiping went to the bathroom, and Su Peijian sat on the sofa in the room, looking out the window at the darkening sky. Although she had made it very clear today, Ling Jing would definitely follow her tomorrow. She didn't want Xiang Kaiping to find out, and she didn't want Ling Jing to feel proud. But what should he do now? When Su Peijian and Xiang Kaiping woke up and went to the hotel restaurant for breakfast, they found that Ling Jing was there too. Jing, you're early. Xiang Kaiping greeted her warmly. Ling Jing had been rejected by Su Peijian yesterday, but there was no change in her expression at all. Auntie, you're early too. Xiang Kaiping wanted to sit down, but Ling Jing pulled out a chair for her. When Su Peijian was about to sit down, he walked behind her and pulled out a chair for her. Su Peijian just stood there and didn't rush to sit down. Instead, she looked at him coldly. Her attitude was so direct that even Xiang Kaiping could tell that something was wrong. Peijian, Su Peijian smiled and said, Nothing, Mom. I just feel very embarrassed. Yes, Jing is too polite. Xiang Kaiping smiled and was obviously very satisfied with Ling Jing. You make me feel embarrassed. How can that be? Ling Jing smiled and walked to the seat opposite them. One of the 3 joys in life is to meet an old friend in a foreign country. To be able to meet a Chinese in a foreign country, and a fellow countryman at that, this must be a great fate. Yes, yes. Xiang Kaiping nodded in agreement. Su Peijian didn't want to talk anymore. She felt that if things continued like this, when Xiang Kaiping returned to Rong City, Ling Jing would probably become her other son. Ling Jing didn't seem to be affected by Su Peijian's cold face at all. After dinner, she waited politely for Su Peijian and Xiang Kaiping to pack up. They were going to Nara next. When Su Peijian and Xiang Kaiping packed their luggage and went downstairs, they found that Ling Jing had already arranged a car. Peijian said yesterday, so I arranged the car. Ling Jing sat in the passenger seat and turned to look at Xiang Kaiping. Auntie, you can sleep for a while. It will take some time to go to Nara. You can rest in the car. Okay. Jing, you're so careful. Su Peijian twitched the corner of her mouth and looked out of the car window. She didn't want to answer. She didn't say it casually when she said she was going to Nara yesterday. She had already arranged it. Now, she was just going 2 days ahead of schedule. However, when they arrived in Nara, she found that Ling Jing had other arrangements. She took them directly to a hot spring hotel. The environment of a hot spring hotel was very good, better than the one Su Peijian had booked. Su Peijian wanted to refuse. But yesterday, she told Xiang Kaiping that she had arranged it with Ling Jing. She had no choice but to stay here. After lunch and resting for a while, Xiang Kaiping was in a good mood and said that she wanted to go to the hot spring. There were only 7 rooms here, all of which had to be booked in advance. The hot spring was brought indoors. The small pool was steaming hot. Su Peijian's face was a little red from the steam, but it was because she was angry. She glanced at Ling Jing, who was planning to soak in the hot spring with them. While Xiang Kaiping was changing clothes, she walked up to him and stood in front of him. Ling Jing, there's a limit to my patience. What? Either you leave now, or I'll tell my mother directly what you've done. Looking at Ling Jing's somewhat stunned face, Su Peijian moved her body slightly closer to him. Her voice was very soft. Ling Jing, my mother only recognized me halfway. She's very protective of me. Do you think she'll beat you up with a broom if she finds out what you've said and done? Definitely. She knew, and so did Ling Jing. Ling Jing gritted his teeth and looked angry. Su Peijian, do you have to be like this? Yes, I have to be like this. Su Peijian really didn't want to see Ling Jing. I've already tried my best to control myself by tolerating you until now. If you continue to be like this, I can't guarantee what I'll say or do. By the way, I forgot to tell you that the one who hates to hear the words prisoner through labor the most is not me. It's my mother. Ling Jing's expression suddenly changed. He took a step back and looked at Su Peijian. Do you have to be so ruthless? I learned absolute from you as well, Yi Zichen said. Ling Jing's hands hanging by his side clenched into fists. He stared at Su Peijian's face and finally nodded heavily. Good, very good. You're ruthless enough. However, I don't have to follow you in, but I won't leave just like this. You can try. Su Peijian straightened her back, her eyes unwavering. Can I be more ruthless? After all, when it comes to ruthlessness, I can't compare to you. Again, the ruthlessness she had now was all learned from him. When Xiang Kaiping came out again, she didn't see Ling Jing again. She was still a little confused. Su Peijian stepped forward, hooked her hand, and led her to the room. Mom, we're both women. He's a man. It's not convenient. Let's go. That's true. Xiang Kaiping didn't think much and followed Su Peijian to the hot spring. Su Peijian's lips curled up. Ling Jing, do you think you can make me give in by pleasing my mother? Naive. Su Peijian didn't take a step back. Ling Jing had some concerns. The rest of the journey was the same. No matter how cold Su Peijian was, Ling Jing followed her. The only difference was that he finally knew when to stop. He didn't go further or do anything more to her. Su Peijian actually knew very well that with Ling Jing's unscrupulous personality, the reason why he didn't go further to harass her was because of his feelings for her. If he really didn't care and was selfish to the end, it seemed that she couldn't do anything to him. Su Peijian knew, and so did Ling Jing. However, they couldn't go further in the current situation. The two of them were in a stalemate, waiting to see who would give up first. Su Peijian and Xiang Kaiping spent New Year's Day in Hokkaido. However, Xiang Kaiping was old and couldn't stay up late. After playing during the day, she went to bed very early. At 11:30 p.m., Su Peijian's phone rang. She was afraid to wake Xiang Kaiping up, so she quickly turned the phone to silent mode. The message was from Ling Jing. There were only 2 words on it. Come out. Crazy. Who cares about you? Su Peijian put the phone aside without thinking. The phone vibrated twice, and another message came. Come out, or I'll knock on the door and wake Annie up. Crazy. Su Peijian gritted her teeth. She didn't want to talk to Ling Jing at all, but she was afraid that he would do it for real. If you don't come out, I'll knock on the door right now. Do you believe me? Su Peijian held the phone, wishing she could turn it into a hammer and hit Ling Jing. In the end, she didn't. Instead, she quietly got up and left the room. Outside, Ling Jing was already waiting. He looked at her and reached out his hand to her. Let's go. Su Peijian stood there motionlessly. The lights above the hotel corridor shone on Ling Jing's face. It made his facial features look a little gentle. However, she knew that it was just a facade. All the gentleness and kindness of this man was just a facade. When he was ruthless, no one could compare to him. Ling Jing, what do you want? I want to take you somewhere. Are you crazy? Do you know what time it is? I know. Ling Jing nodded, not affected by her cold eyes at all. 11:45. Let's go. He liked to be crazy. Su Peijian didn't plan to go with him. She turned around and took the key card to open the door. Ling Jing grabbed her hand and brought her to the other end of the corridor. Ling Jing, you can shout louder and wake all the guests up. Su Peijian really wanted to, but she wasn't as shameless as Ling Jing. She couldn't do it. Not to mention that Xiang Kaiping was still sleeping inside. Ling Jing completely understood her scruples. He buckled her waist and said, maybe if you shout louder and wake Annie up, she will know our relationship. Chapter 880. Su Peijian thought that Ling Jing was going to take her to his room, but that was not the case. The hotel they were staying in now had a very large courtyard behind it. The courtyard was well decorated. When they went down to the first floor, a staff member on duty came over and asked if they needed help. After Ling Jing refused, he took Su Peijian directly to the back door of the hotel. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard, Su Peijian didn't know what Ling Jing wanted to do. But no matter what he wanted to do, she refused to go out. She tightened her coat. It was very cold here at night, but soon she was not cold anymore. Ling Jing hugged her. He was very tall, and she was tightly wrapped in his arms. She couldn't break free and could only let him hug her. The cold wind outside that blew on his body was blocked by him, but Su Peijian didn't appreciate it. There were rattan chairs for guests to rest on next to the courtyard. Before Su Peijian could struggle, Ling Jing had already taken Su Peijian to sit on the rattan chair. Su Peijian almost wanted to get up as soon as she touched the chair, but Ling Jing pressed her down again. Stay with me for 20 minutes. 20 minutes will be enough. I refuse. You can choose to sit here voluntarily, or you can choose to be forced to sit here. Ling Jing held her waist and played a rascal. But the result will be the same. Ling Jing, I really didn't know that you could be so shameless. I will take this as a compliment. No matter what she said, Ling Jing didn't let go. Su Peijian glanced at him and took a long breath. Okay, I won't leave. 20 minutes, right? I'll wait. Ling Jing's hand was still on her waist. She almost couldn't control the expression on her face. Ling Jing, I already promised you that I won't leave. What else do you want? I know. As Ling Jing spoke, he hugged her and pressed his chin against her neck. But I haven't hugged you for a long time. Su Peijian's body was stiff, but she didn't move at all. Ling Jing, let go. Just for a while. Just for a while. Ling Jing wrapped his arms around her waist and hugged her tightly. It's so cold. Don't you think it will be warmer if we hug each other? It's also warm when I sleep in the hotel room, but I think your body is warmer. Su Peijian resisted the urge to lose her temper and was about to push Ling Jing away when she heard his voice. 5 minutes left. What? New Year. Ling Jing stepped back a little and took her into his arms. It will be a new year in 5 minutes. Su Peijian was stunned. She didn't expect Ling Jing to find her for this purpose. However, so, you won't let me sleep just because it's almost New Year's Eve? Yes. Ling Jing nodded. Last year, during the New Year's Eve, you abandoned me and ran away. Make up for it this year. Su Peijian didn't say anything. She had just brought him back to Rome Garden during the New Year's Eve. She thought he was just a hooligan, so naturally, she wouldn't pay much attention to him. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have picked him up in the first place. As if knowing what she was thinking, Ling Jing placed her chin on the top of her head and gently rubbed it. Su Peijian, I'm very happy that you were the one who picked me up last year. Is that so? But I regret not letting you fend for yourself in that alley. She said it quite bluntly. Ling Jing wasn't angry. I heard that if two people kiss during the New Year's Eve, they can be together for the rest of their lives. Ling Jing's words made Su Peijian's eyes widen. It was too late to escape. Someone was counting down in the distance. When the last zero was counted, Ling Jing kissed her lips. At the same time, countless fireworks bloomed in the sky. Su Peijian was stunned for a moment. At that moment, Ling Jing deepened the kiss. It was extremely gentle and extremely lingering. He never let Su Peijian move away from his arms, nor did he let go of her at all. In the sky full of fireworks, Ling Jing ended the kiss. He looked up at the sky and then looked at Su Peijian. Happy New Year. Su Peijian didn't reply to him. She looked at the gorgeous sky, and she couldn't tell what she was feeling. She didn't speak, and Ling Jing didn't speak either. He just held her and quietly admired. Maybe it's a little cliché, but it's New Year's Eve. I can't think of anything better. Maybe you can tell me. I'll prepare whatever you like. Su Peijian didn't say anything. How would she know what she liked? She was in a state where she had no desires. She didn't care about anything, and she didn't care about anything. In fact, she found out a long time ago that she could never find the enthusiasm she used to have, and she couldn't go back to the past when she was ambitious. Peijian? Su Peijian didn't look at him. She watched another firework explode in the sky, bringing a brilliant scene. Her voice was very cold. Whatever I like, it won't be you. There was a flash of sadness in Ling Jing's eyes. Su Peijian naturally didn't see it, but she could feel the low pressure coming from beside her. 20 minutes are up. I'm going back. She felt a tightness on her wrist, and her footsteps stopped there. Ling Jing pulled her body and looked at her with a somewhat fervent gaze. Is your heart so hard? The light of the fireworks shone on her body, casting a long shadow in front of her. Su Peijian didn't look back. She pulled her hand out bit by bit, and her voice was extremely cold. Yes, my heart is so hard. It's useless for you to do anything, and you don't have to do anything anymore. Ling Jing, I'll say it again, no matter what you do or how you do it, I won't forgive you. I won't. I won't be with you. I won't. Don't do these useless things. Su Peijian tightened her coat and left without looking back. The fireworks were still going on, but Ling Jing was no longer in the mood to enjoy it. He softened his body and collapsed on a rattan chair, looking very depressed. After New Year's Day, Ling Jing didn't appear again. Su Peijian thought that her words had worked. Faced with Xiang Caiping's question, she only said that Ling Jing had urgent matters to deal with back home and left first. Xiang Caiping was disappointed for a long time. She looked at Su Peijian from time to time. In fact, her thoughts were too shallow, and it was very obvious. How could Xiang Caiping not see that Ling Jing had been too attentive recently? She knew that he was interested in her daughter, so she wanted to interact more and observe him. Maybe they could become a good couple. Even though she knew that Su Peijian didn't care about it, she thought that it was always good to have more opportunities. Now, her daughter's attitude was so cold, and Ling Jing had left again. Those words were not good to say, so she could only swallow them. However, after the trip, she looked at Su Peijian several times and wanted to say something, but stopped herself. Su Peijian completely pretended not to see it, until the two of them returned to Rong City. After returning, because the new year was coming soon, Xiang Caiping began to busy herself again. She had to prepare for the new year. After a while, she finally stopped talking about Ling Jing. Occasionally, she would sigh with the nanny at home that the two of them were not destined to be together. Su Peijian occasionally heard it, but pretended not to hear it. This year's New Year came earlier than usual. The New Year was at the end of January. Su Peijian was very busy at the end of the year. She was busy last year, and this year, because she took over Su Qinghui's company, she was even busier. Not to mention that Tang Mohan had previously said that there was a project in Australia that they could work on together. She was busy all day long. Xiang Kaiping said that she had lost weight, but she didn't feel it herself. The few times she saw Lin Feishing, they talked about some business, but they didn't go any further. Once in a while, her car broke down. After going to Tang Mohan's company to discuss the cooperation, he casually asked her about it. Then, out of politeness, he sent her home. This caused Xiang Kaiping to have a lot of misunderstandings. Hui Jingyao's childhood friend naturally couldn't be any worse. Tang Mohan looked like a successful person at first glance. Xiang Kaiping asked again, and when she heard that it was just a cooperation, the happiness on her face faded again. But then she began to talk about Ling Jing. She said that he promised to go back to Rong City to look for her, but he never came. Su Peijian pretended not to hear it. She couldn't tell how she felt. She rejected Ling Jing and didn't let him appear again, but he didn't appear again. It turned out that his persistence was just that. After thinking it through, there was no need to care about some things. Life was like this. She should have seen through it a long time ago. Was it really true that someone couldn't live without someone? Su Peijian told herself to let go of this matter and not take it to heart. In the future, what happened to Ling Jing was none of her business. After the annual party, it was the new year. This year, she still had to spend the new year with Xiang Kaiping. However, on the day before New Year's Eve, she went to see Su Chenghui. Because Su Qingsang and Su Peijian were both here, Su Chenghui bought a property here. Su Yusin was also on winter vacation, and Old Master Li also came over. Su Chenghui knew that Su Peijian was going to spend New Year's Eve with Xiang Kaiping, so they had a reunion dinner a day in advance. In addition to Old Master Li, Li Qinxue, Su Chenghui, and Su Yusin, there were also Su Qingsang's family of 4. The 2 children were 2 years old. They were at the age of cuteness. They were learning to speak and look very cute. Su Peijian had prepared early and gave each of the 2 children a big red envelope. She didn't care about the amount of money, as long as it was the thought. In the end, Old Master Li and Li Qinxue gave her red envelopes instead. They are not married, so they are considered children, Li Qinxue said. Looking at the few red envelopes in her hand, Su Peijian's eyes were a little hot. In fact, this was very good. She had both sides of the family, both sides of the care and love. She had family, career, love, and so on. It really didn't matter. New Year's Eve. This was a day for family reunion. However, for Ling Jing, it didn't matter whether it was a reunion or not. Every New Year's Eve was the same. Every year, it was the same people, the same things. Back and forth, the trivial things were tossed around again and again, wishing that they could be tossed around from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. He sat in the extremely luxurious living room of the Ling family, watching the eldest, second, third, and fourth children surrounding the old man, trying their best to flatter him. He felt disgusted. It wasn't just disgusting. It was also boring. It was the same show every year, and he was tired of watching it. Chapter 881. Ever since he was young, Lu Xiyun had always been worried about this son of hers. This was her only child, and to her, this child was the most important to her. But she didn't know when it started, but Ling Jing wasn't close to her, let alone Ling Xin. It was good enough that the father and son didn't turn against each other. Ling Jing didn't want to take over the business of the Ling family, but the more he didn't want it, the more the old master liked it. Ling Jing made a fuss last time, and Ling Xin gave him more work. This made his face very ugly. It was the new year, but he sat there like he was asking for a debt. Lu Xiyun called him a few times, but he didn't hear her. Ling Xin was angry. What's with your attitude? It's the new year. Who are you putting on that face for? Ling Jing finally came back to her senses and looked in Ling Xin's direction. He was looking at her too. Not only Ling Xin, but also his illegitimate children. There were 5 of them. There was even an extra judge for a mahjong table. Speaking of which, the situation of the Ling family could be considered complicated. It was the current head of the Ling family, Ling Xin, who was also Ling Jing's father. When he was young, he was very dissolute and playful. After all, the Ling family had a strong background. To be able to give birth to a child like Ling Jing, Ling Xin's looks were naturally not bad. Ling Xin was very dissolute. It was fine if he was dissolute. He didn't pay attention. When he was happy, he wouldn't think about taking precautions. So, before he got married, these illegitimate children were born one after another. In just a few years, Ling Xin gave birth to 5 children. The eldest was Ling Cheng, the second was Ling Hong, the third was Ling Yu, the fourth was Ling Han, and the fifth was Ling Fei. Not only were all 5 children boys, but the mothers of all the children thought that they had given birth to the children of the Ling family. So they had the chance to marry into the Ling family and become the matriarch of the family. However, even though Ling Xin was playing around, he was still very clear about the things that he had to understand. Although he liked all these women, he didn't plan to marry any of them. He was just playing around. Giving the children an identity and raising them in the Ling family was already a sign of his responsibility. With this premise, no matter how hard those women tried to enter the Ling family, none of them succeeded. And Ling Xin was also satisfied with this kind of life. Until she met Lu Xiyun. Who was Lu Xiyun? She was born into a wealthy family, but in the end, with her own hard work, she fought her way through the entertainment industry and finally became a double Best Actress. Ling Xin accidentally bumped into Lu Xiyun when he attended the award ceremony. It was shocking. They started a crazy pursuit. In Ling Xion's eyes, there was no woman he couldn't get. Unfortunately, Lu Xiyun did not fancy him at all. Not only did she not like him, but she also despised him, especially after knowing that he had 4 illegitimate children before he got married. She did not like Ling Xin at all. But things in this world were really strange. The more Lu Xiyun disliked Ling Xin and disliked him, the more he liked Lu Xiyun, and the more he wanted Lu Xiyun to see him. As the head of the Ling family, Ling Xin had both money and status. Chasing after a woman was a piece of cake for him. He felt that it couldn't be any easier. However, he had never expected that he would end up kicking an iron plate at Lu Xiyun's hands. Lu Xiyun, as the newly crowned Best Actress, had a lot of contracts and film contracts in her hands. She did not lack money at all and did not need to marry into a rich family to make her look good, especially for a man like Ling Xin, who had an illegitimate child before he got married. She despised him even more. However, she didn't like Ling Xin, but Ling Xin wanted Lu Xiyun desperately. All kinds of pursuits, all kinds of tricks, all kinds of methods that a man could use to woo a woman had been used. But Lu Xiyun was unmoved. Later on, Ling Xion's rival found out that he liked Lu Xiyun. His rival kidnapped Lu Xiyun and made Ling Xin choose to give up the European air route and some of the businesses under his name. Lu Xiyun thought that she had always been cold to Ling Xin. Even if Ling Xin liked her, how could he give up his career for her? But she did not expect that Ling Xin would really do it. He signed a contract and transferred it. He had not even frowned. If I, Ling Xin, can't even protect my own woman, what use do I have for money? Just like that, Ling Xin moved Lu Xiyun. She finally nodded and agreed to his pursuit. However, agreeing was one thing, and being together was another. Considering Ling Xion's previous bad record, Lu Xiyun was not willing to believe him, so she had not agreed to marry Ling Xin until now. They did not hold a wedding, nor did they go to get a certificate. But this did not affect Lu Xiyun's position in Ling Xion's heart. He had announced early on that Lu Xiyun was the Ling family's mistress, and Ling Jing, who was born by Lu Xiyun, was the only heir of the Ling family. This was also the reason why Ling Jing was born out of wedlock. But in the Ling family, he was an existence that no one dared to offend. Even so, because Lu Xiyun had never agreed to marry Ling Xin, Ling Jing's status was higher than his 5 brothers, but the other 5 are not convinced. They were all illegitimate children, so who was nobler than the other? They were not convinced by Ling Jing, especially after Ling Jing took over a lot of the family's business. They became more and more jealous. Ling Jing was protected by Ling Xin, and Lu Xiyun doted on him. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was favored by the heavens. But he had everything, but he was still not satisfied. He always acted as if he did not want it. How could he not make his 5 brothers angry? At this moment, when Ling Xian reprimanded, the eyes of the others followed and looked at Ling Jing. Although they did not show it on their faces, the gloating in the eyes of the third and fourth brothers was still obvious. Ling Jing sat there and looked at the big family. There was no joy of the new year in his eyes, nor was there any joy of reunion. He only felt sick, very sick of the taste. Looking at the faces of his brothers, his hostility at this moment was unprecedentedly heavy. Who are you showing your face to? Am I showing my face? He raised his eyebrows, looking unrestrained and unrestrained. There was an obvious provocation in his evil eyes. What's wrong with me showing my face? Can I show my face? Ling Jing, you last year. Ling Jing suddenly stood up and pointed to his chest. I was stabbed here, right here. He tore off his clothes, revealing his muscular chest and the obvious scar on his chest. Lu Xiyun's eyes widened. The fact that her son was injured had been hidden from her, and she had never known. Her lips trembled. She wanted to say something, but she could not say it. Ling Xian sat there. He looked at Ling Jing and naturally saw the scar. It was at the position of the chest. It was so long. If it was a little deeper, Ling Jing hoo-hoo? Ling Jing laughed. He casually pulled his clothes back and glanced at his 5 brothers who seemed to be brothers. I know who did it, but I won't say it. But looking at you now, I feel very disgusted. You make me sick. The living room was quiet. The 5 brothers looked at each other, but no one spoke. Ling Xian also guessed some things, but he dared not believe it. Impossible. They were all his children. He'd said it long ago. What's more, it was already a gift for him to bring these children back and raise them. Not to mention that although they did not get as much as Ling Jing, it was not bad either. Brothers and sisters? Brothers and sisters? Bah! Ling Jing spat and did not hide his emotions. Really? I'm so disgusted with you. Ling Jing, it was the new year. Couldn't they do this on another day? Ling Xian wanted to stop him, but Ling Jing did not give him a chance. What brothers? They're just a group of brothers who can't wait for me to die. Lu Xiyun was the first to react. She felt sorry for her son, but today was the new year. Jing, don't say it. Why don't you let me say it? I want to say it. You like to fight. You like to fight. Fight for it yourself. I don't like it. I will tell you now. I don't like this old man's family business at all. As he spoke, he turned to look at Ling Xian. His suppressed emotions reached its peak at this time. Old man, let me tell you. Do you think I will starve to death without your family business? Do you think I can't live if I don't want to be the young master of the Ling family? Let me tell you, it's impossible. Ling Xian's face was ugly. He covered his chest with one hand, obviously angered by Ling Jing. But Ling Jing did not care. You can give these assets to whoever you want. Don't force me to come back and pretend to be a brother. I'm disgusted. The other 5 brothers all shrunk their heads, and no one made a sound. Ling Xian stood up and slammed the table. Ling Jing, that's enough, right? I hereby announce that I don't want your property. I would rather go out and be a gigolo than inherit your family business. So, old man, you can put away your act. And you guys, stop acting in front of me in the future. I am disgusted. Ling Xian was furious. Ling Jing did not want to stay. After returning from Japan, the Ling family had been fighting openly and secretly. He had encountered more than one backstabber and 2 car accidents. Because it was not safe around him, he did not even go to Su-Peijian. But he had enough of such a life and was tired of it. He did not want the identity of the young master of the Ling family. He did not want the Ling family's property. He only wanted one thing now, and that was to return to the former Rhone garden and stay with that woman. He only wanted her. He even missed the time when he was really a gigolo for her. The first half of his life was boring. Only during that period of time, he was really happy. He did not need to be the young master of the Ling family. He was just Ling Jing, a man who was liked by Su-Peijian, and also a man who liked Su-Peijian. Jing, where are you going? Seeing that Ling Jing was about to turn around and leave, Lu Xiyun finally couldn't help but ask. No matter what happened in the past, his attitude now was really too willful. No matter what, today was the new year. To go where I want to go. Chapter 882. Stop. Ling Xin was furious. Ling Jing, do you know what day it is today? Do you know what you're doing? Ling Jing didn't look back. His face was full of an indifferent attitude. I have such an attitude. Don't be angry. Anyway, you have 5 sons. You don't need me. After saying this, his figure had already disappeared from the restaurant. Ling Xin stared at his back, fuming with rage. Lu Xiyun originally wanted to chase after Ling Jing, but in this way, she couldn't catch up. Don't be angry. You know this child. It's good that you're gone. Get lost. Ling Xin's temper flared up. Don't come back if you dare. Lu Xiyun sighed in her heart. Such an aggressive personality, it was really exactly the same. Su Peijian learned how to make dumplings from Xiang Kaiping. However, her skills were really not that good. The dumplings she made were not as good as Xiang Caiping's. Not bad. Your skills are better than last year. Xiang Kaiping did not forget to compliment her, which made her feel embarrassed. After all, although the dumpling she made wasn't cooked to the point of looking like dumpling wrappers, it was still really ugly. Xiang Caiping's handbag was really beautiful. It's fine. Anyway, it's just the 2 of us. We'll eat it into our stomachs. Who cares? That made sense. Su Peijian nodded. She didn't forget to watch Xiang Caiping's movements from time to time, trying to learn from her. She was willing to learn, and Xiang Kaiping was willing to teach. Like this, and then like this, and finally like this, see? Pinch it in the middle like this. Squeeze it a little tighter. That way, it will look better. All right, got it. Su Peijian continued to wrap it up nicely. Xiang Kaiping talked about some of the new happenings in the neighborhood. There were also benefits to coming here. There were more people than before. There was also a square dancing place in front. In the past, Xiang Kaiping was not interested. Now that she had nothing to do, she went there every night. After dancing for a few days, his body seemed to be in better spirits. He was also young and energetic. After all, there were more people of the same age in the neighborhood than in the villa. Just as the mother and daughter were chatting happily, the doorbell rang. Su Peijian was stunned. Today was New Year's Eve. She did not think that anyone would come to visit. Although she had told Su Chenghui about moving, Su Chenghui didn't know the specific address. She did not want him to come. When he saw Xiang Kaiping, she was afraid that they would both feel awkward. Xiang Kaiping was stunned as well. It was the new year, and the housekeepers had gone home for the holidays. Who would come at this time? Go and see who it is. All right. When she saw Ling Jing standing outside the door, she didn't have time to think about anything else. She instinctively wanted to close the door. Ling Jing held the door with one hand and didn't let her close it. I was driven out by my family. Su Peijian was stunned by his words, but she had no intention of letting go. Get out. If you don't go out, I don't care if you get caught or not. Ling Jing was much stronger than Su Peijian. With him holding the door, Su Peijian couldn't close it at all. I've been kicked out of my home. I have nowhere to go. Ling Jing looked at Su Peijian, thinking that if Su Peijian's heart softened, she would let her in. You've been kicked out of your home. Su Peijian sneered. Ling Jing, is this your new show? It's true. Ling Jing nodded heavily with a sincere face. I've really been kicked out. Peijian, I have nowhere to go now. If you don't take me in, I'll have to live on the streets. Who would believe that? Su Peijian was about to speak when Xiang Caiping's voice rang out. Peijian, who is it? Get out. Su Peijian wanted to kick her out, but how could she get past Ling Jing? He heard Xiang Caiping's voice and reacted quickly. Auntie, it's me. A Jing. A Jing. Xiang Kaiping suddenly perked up. She ran out of the dining room with dumplings in her hand. A Jing, why are you here? Why are you here? There was flour in her hand, but the smile on Xiang Caiping's face was very bright. She didn't doubt it at all. She had only said the name of a neighborhood. Why did she find her way here? Auntie, sorry to disturb you. I said that I would come to visit when I come back. However, there are too many things. I'm only free today. Ling Jing's attitude was very sincere. When she spoke, she even bowed with an apologetic attitude. Child, you don't have to be so polite. Come in. Ling Jing didn't look at Su Peijian at this moment. She only looked at Xiang Kaiping. The person who had wanted to squeeze in just now stood at the door and didn't move. Auntie, I suddenly came here. I didn't prepare a gift. He did come directly to Su Peijian's after leaving the Ling family. He knew that Su Peijian had bought a duplex house here. He didn't look for Su Peijian before, but it didn't mean that he didn't pay attention to her situation. He also knew that Su Peijian moved in with Xiang Kaiping after the renovation was done. After leaving the Ling family, his mind was filled with the urge to see Su Peijian. There was nothing else in his mind. Under such circumstances, how could he think of bringing a gift today on New Year's Eve? It's okay, it's okay. It's cold outside. Come in quickly. Ling Jing stood at the door and seemed a little embarrassed. Auntie, it's the new year. Is it too much of a disturbance? No, it's not. What are you talking about, child? Xiang Kaiping gestured for him to come in. Ling Jing took a long stride and walked inside. When he passed by Su Peijian, he winked at her. Su Peijian's face was very stiff. She watched coldly as Ling Jing entered the house again, and she couldn't do anything about it. Today was New Year's Eve. She didn't want Xiang Kaiping to be unhappy. The result of her forbearance was to watch Ling Jing follow Xiang Kaiping into the house, to see him follow her to the dining room, and to see him sit down next to Xiang Kaiping. Auntie, are you making dumplings? Yes. Do you want to eat? Look at this question. She was asking him if he wanted to eat or not. Did she want Ling Jing to stay for New Year's Eve dinner? Mom, Su Peijian couldn't stand it anymore. She looked at the time. It was 7:30 p.m. They just came to visit out of courtesy. They still have to go back for the reunion dinner. As she spoke, she glanced at Ling Jing. Mr. Ling, we don't have much to entertain you here. It's better for you to go back and celebrate the new year with your family. As soon as she said this, Xiang Kaiping felt that it made sense. Yes. Jing, don't you want to go home to spend the new year with your family? Xiang Kaiping was very traditional. Naturally, she wanted to spend the New Year's Eve with her family. Auntie, Ling Jing looked aggrieved. I was kicked out by my father. I have nowhere to go now. What? Su Peijian tried hard to control her urge to roll her eyes. Xiang Kaiping, on the other hand, looked at Ling Jing nervously. How did this happen? It's New Year's Eve, your father. I made him unhappy. Ling Jing spread his hands. He always forces me to do what he wants. I don't want to. We just had a fight, and he kicked me out. Su Peijian looked at Ling Jing expressionlessly. She watched him lie as if it were the truth. This man was already used to lying. As the young master of the Ling family, he got whatever he wanted. Why would he be kicked out? Why did your father do this? Xiang Kaiping looked at Ling Jing, her eyes full of heartache. It's New Year's Eve. Why don't you apologize to your father? We'll see. Ling Jing shook his head. He's angry now. Nothing I say will help. It's better for me to come out and lie low. Maybe when he calms down, he'll be willing to listen to my explanation. That's true. Xiang Kaiping nodded, but soon she became worried again. But it's New Year's Eve. If you don't go home, It's okay, Annie. I'll find a hotel. A hotel. Xiang Kaiping's tone immediately raised Su Peijian's guard. However, before she could voice out her opinion, Xiang Kaiping had already spoken first. Staying here is better than staying in a hotel. No matter what, it's better than staying in a hotel alone during the New Year's Eve. Won't it be inconvenient? Joy flashed in Ling Jing's eyes. Unfortunately, only Su Peijian saw it. Xiang Kaiping didn't. Yes. Finally, Su Peijian didn't want to hold back anymore. She said without hesitation, it's very, very inconvenient. You should stay in a hotel later. Peijian, you... Xiang Kaiping looked at Su Peijian in shock. How can you say that? Mom. Su Peijian clenched her fists. We're the only two women in our family. It's really inconvenient to take in a man. The house is so big. Let a Jing stay in the guest room. How is it inconvenient? Mom, it's decided. Xiang Kaiping looked at Ling Jing. It's okay, Peijian. She doesn't mean any harm. How can I let you stay in a hotel during the New Year's Eve? Thank you, Auntie. Ling Jing smiled brightly. Auntie, you're so nice. You're such a good person. Su Peijian gritted her teeth. All the words she wanted to say were useless here. She could only watch Ling Jing enter the room without saying a word. Not only did she succeed in staying. You're such a sweet talker. I'll talk to you later. I need to finish making these dumplings. Auntie, let me help. You can? No, but I can learn. Ling Jing rolled up her sleeves. I'm a good learner. Don't worry, Annie. Okay, good girl. Ling Jing ran to wash his hands, then quickly came back and began to learn how to make dumplings from Xiang Kaiping. Xiang Kaiping taught patiently. It was rare that Ling Jing was also very patient. While learning how to make dumplings from Xiang Kaiping, he didn't forget to sneak a few glances at her. His eyes were full of joy. In her eyes, it was pride and a provocation. Su Peijian sat on the other side of the dining table. There was a nameless fire in her heart. She wanted to curse. That emotion came again. Before it was towards Su Qingxing. Now it was toward Ling Jing. It was as if he was Xiang Caiping's son, and she was just an outsider. Chapter 883. Peijian? Look, Jing is really amazing. It's his first time learning, and he's done it so well. Xiang Kaiping taught Ling Jing a few times. She did not expect him to master it so quickly. He finished one very smoothly. Although his movements weren't fast, at least he wrapped it up well. Su Peijian didn't say anything. The dumpling in her hand seemed to have become Ling Jing's. She squeezed it hard. Peijian? Xiang Kaiping happened to see Su Peijian's movements. She also felt it. The dumplings that she had prepared were crushed just like that. Just like that, the stuffing inside was exposed and stained with oil from Su Peijian's hand. Are you okay? I didn't think there was anything wrong with your dumplings. Why did you crush it out of the blue? Xiang Kaiping looked at her, and so did Ling Jing. The corners of Su Peijian's mouth twitched, and her smile was a little stiff. I'm fine. I wasn't careful. Su Peijian gave Ling Jing a cold look, stood up, and went to the kitchen to wash her hands. The cold water washed over her palms, calming her down a little. Forget it. Why should she bother with a bastard like Ling Jing? If he wanted to stay, he could stay. If he wanted to stay, he could stay. What he did would only make her hate him even more. After washing her hands, Su Peijian was in no hurry to leave. She placed her hands on the counter and pondered seriously. How was he going to get Ling Jing out? She was absolutely unwilling to be in the same room with him. Shameless. Did he think that she would compromise just like that? It was ridiculous. After a few deep breaths, Su Peijian finally calmed down. It was the new year, and she wanted Xiang Kaiping to be happy. If Ling Jing's presence could make Xiang Kaiping happy, then she would reluctantly let him stay. She would just treat it as a clown who could make Xiang Kaiping happy. Thinking of this, Su Peijian felt much better. By the time she walked out of the kitchen, Su Peijian had already composed herself. She sat down again as if nothing had happened and began to wrap the dumplings again. She pretended not to see Ling Jing's gaze on her. She answered Xiang Caiping's questions very seriously, but she did not look in Ling Jing's direction. The three of them worked very quickly, and the dumplings were soon ready. Xiang Kaiping carried the dumplings to the kitchen. Take a seat first. I'll cook the dumplings. Auntie, do you need help? Ling Jing once again stood up very attentively. His attitude was sincere, and he behaved well. Xiang Kaiping smiled like a flower, and the fine wrinkles on her face seemed to have lightened. No need. Cook a dumpling. What do I need your help with? Sit down for a while. Watch some TV. I'll be done in a minute. Su Peijian stood up, not intending to stay any longer. He got up and went to the living room to turn on the TV. She had no interest in the Spring Festival Gala or the kind of programs that would be full of joy during the Spring Festival. Using the remote control, he found a film. It was a very popular documentary this year. It was about delicious food. Su Peijian sat on the sofa and looked very serious, until Ling Jing sat down beside her. When he sat down, she forced herself to ignore him. She wouldn't purposely move to the side to avoid him. That would make him seem important. She didn't want to give him the wrong impression. However, when Ling Jing put her hand on her thigh, Su Peijian couldn't bear it anymore. She raised her hand and hit the back of Ling Jing's hand hard. The back of Ling Jing's hand turned red from the slap. However, he refused to take his hand away. You're so strong. He leaned close to her ear. Why don't you do it here again? He pointed to his face. There was an obvious provocation in his eyes. Su Peijian bit her lip and really raised her hand. Her hand fell in midair and was caught by Ling Jing. He looked at her, then looked in the direction of the kitchen. You really hit her? Aren't you afraid that Auntie will see it when she comes out later? Her daughter was harassed by a pervert. What else can I do but hit her? Su Peijian looked at him expressionlessly. Maybe after I hit her, she will say that it was a good hit. This woman really made him hate and angry, annoy and love her at the same time. He stretched out his long arm and directly buckled her waist. He lowered his head and was about to kiss her. Ling Jing, if you stop messing around, believe it or not, I will shed all pretense of cordiality and call the police now, saying that you trespassed on my house. You won't. After saying that, Ling Jing moved his face closer, because you don't want your mother to be unhappy. As soon as he finished speaking, their lips touched. She could only see his enlarged face. Anger began to gather in his eyes. As soon as she raised her hand, it was held behind her back by him. The situation of her hands being restrained made her whole body arch in his direction. The movement made Ling Jing smile, as if she was throwing herself into his arms. He couldn't help but deepen the kiss. The TV was still on, and the sounds of Xiang Kaiping busying herself could be heard from the kitchen. At first, Su Peijian gritted her teeth and refused to let him go deeper, but this damn man was simply too much of a jerk. He pinched her waist. It didn't hurt, but it itched. She couldn't help but loosen. And in such a short time, his snake had successfully broken in. Taking a step back would mean taking a step back at every step. Su Peijian couldn't resist Ling Jing's kiss. For a long time, he didn't taste her lips again. He didn't kiss her like this again, or hold her like this. Ling Jing almost didn't want to let go. However, he knew what it meant to know when to stop and when to stop. He let go of her, raised his hand, and stroked her lips. His gaze was so deep, as if he could put her whole body in it. Peijian, his voice was close to a sigh. It felt especially sexy when her name came out of his mouth like this. Su Peijian's heartbeat was a little out of order. She suddenly pushed him hard. She sat at an arm's length away from him. Whether she admitted it or not, Ling Jing's kissing skills were damn good. His voice was the same. Peijian. Ling Jing called her again. Su Peijian glared at him as if she had been electrocuted. She quickly got up and went in the direction of the kitchen without looking back. In the kitchen, the water had already been boiled. Xiang Kaiping was putting the dumplings into the pot. Mom, do you need help? Sure. Xiang Kaiping nodded. Set the bowls. Take out the cold dishes we bought earlier and serve them. I'll cook 2 more dishes later, and then we can eat. Because there were only 2 of them, Xiang Kaiping didn't intend to cook too much. But now that Ling Jing was here, she definitely had to add 2 more dishes. Okay, dinner was not considered a sumptuous meal for someone like Ling Jing. The Ling family celebrated the new year like sushi eating. The table was filled with delicacies. But to Ling Jing, that table of dishes was not as good as the steaming dumplings in front of him. Come try it. Xiang Kaiping personally served a bowl of dumplings to Ling Jing. Auntie's cooking is average. You're welcome. Thank you, Auntie. Taking the bowl of dumplings, Ling Jing's eyes were a little warm. There were 5 illegitimate children in the Ling family. Including him, there were 6. Lu Xiyun was very good to him, but later, the old man got into a car accident. After the accident and injury, his health became much worse. Therefore, Lu Xiyun focused most of her energy on the old man. He was well taken care of by the servants every day. But no matter how well the servants took care of him, they were not his parents. He couldn't even remember if he had ever eaten a bowl of rice served by Lu Xiyun. Had he ever eaten a dish served by Lu Xiyun with her chopsticks? Child, why aren't you eating? No, I'm eating now. Ling Jing looked up at Xiang Kaiping with sincere eyes. Auntie, you don't know. My mother has never served me rice. Auntie, you're so nice. Xiang Kaiping was a very emotional person. As soon as she heard this, she suddenly became excited. Child, why are you so pitiful? She liked watching TV series, especially those domestic ones that were sentimental. Ling Jing's words made her imagine countless things. Then she thought of Ling Jing being kicked out of the house by his father. All of a sudden, she imagined a pitiful life that his father didn't love and his mother didn't love. Eat more. Xiang Kaiping looked distressed. No wonder you're so thin. How pitiful. The corner of Su Peijian's mouth twitched. If it weren't for her good upbringing, She really couldn't help but flip the table. Ling Jing was pitiful. "Mom, don't be funny." He was not pitiful at all. He was the dignified young master of the Ling family. His family property was calculated by hundreds of millions. He had countless properties under his name, and he casually played with your daughter. Was he pitiful? "Peijin, you eat too." Thinking that Su Peijin was unhappy that she only served Ling Jing, Xiang Kaiping quickly served Su Peijin a bowl. Su Peijin took the bowl and shot Ling Jing a glare without hesitation. Unexpectedly, Ling Jing's eyes seemed to be a little red, and it looked like she was really moved. The more he acted like this, the more Su Peijin felt uncomfortable and disgusted. How could there be such a man? It was really infuriating. It was really too much to act like this in front of Xiang Kaiping. "Auntie, it's so delicious." Ling Jing tasted a dumpling and praised Xiang Caiping's cooking. She praised Xiang Caiping's culinary skills with great approval. "Auntie, your culinary skills are amazing." It was indeed not the cooking of a famous chef, but the dumplings tasted more like home. "Eat more if you like it." Xiang Kaiping sat down and thought of what Ling Jing said just now. She took a pair of chopsticks and picked up a few dishes for him, putting them in the bowl in front of him. "Eat more." What a pitiful child. Su Peijin had a hard time holding back. She could only eat the dumplings in her bowl to vent her anger. She repeatedly reminded herself not to be angry, not to be angry. Ling Jing didn't deserve her anger on the New Year. She didn't speak, but it didn't mean that Ling Jing wouldn't speak. She chatted with Xiang Kaiping about some of the customs of Rong City during the New Year. Su Peijin had been in Rong City for 2 or 3 years, so she really didn't know much about the customs there. But Xiang Kaiping knew. The two of them seemed to have found a bosom friend, and they talked very passionately. Su Peijin once again became the background. No matter how she gave Ling Jing a sharp look, it was useless. After finishing the meal, Su Peijin wanted to chase Ling Jing away. Unexpectedly, Xiang Kaiping looked at her and said quite naturally, "Peijin, clean up the guest room. A Jing can stay tonight." Chapter 884. Su Peijin stood there without moving. No matter how well-mannered she was, she couldn't take it anymore. He was a liar. After lying to her, he came to lie to her mother. He was full of lies and had never spoken a word of truth. What he said was false, and what he did was false. How could an insincere person stand here? "Peijin." She stood still. Xiang Kaiping was confused. "Go, Mom." She forced a smile. Su Peijin's voice was very calm. "It's getting late. Maybe his family is waiting for him to go back. After all, it's the New Year. It's fine after he throws a tantrum." After saying this, she turned to Ling Jing. "We're family. There's no overnight feud. It's better for you to go back. My dad has a bad temper. He kicked me out. If I go back, he'll be even more arrogant." Ling Jing sounded like a child throwing a tantrum. "I don't want to go back." Knowing that Su Peijin wanted to kick him out, he looked at Xiang Kaiping. "Auntie, can you take me in for a day?" Xiang Kaiping was very soft-hearted. She couldn't stand Ling Jing's look. She turned to Su Peijin and looked a little reproachful. "You're too much. A Jing already said he has nowhere to go, and you still want to kick him out. It's the New Year. What's wrong with letting him stay for a day? Go and clean up the guest room." "Mom, go." Su Peijin was helpless. She glared at Ling Jing, turned around, and went to the guest room without looking back. When Su Peijin first renovated the house, the guest room was just for decoration. Anyway, the house was big and there were many rooms. She kept 2 as backups. It didn't matter if there was a chance to change it in the future. The 2 guest rooms had never been occupied before. The bed inside was empty. Su Peijin took out the bed sheets and duvet and stood by the bed. She couldn't swallow the anger in her heart. But how could she solve the situation in front of her? After leaving the guest room, she saw Ling Jing watching the New Year's Gala with Xiang Kaiping. Su Peijin had never watched this kind of show. However, she had been worried about Xiang Kaiping for the past 2 years, so she sat by the side and watched. Ha ha! Xiang Kaiping had a low threshold for humor. She could enjoy watching any comedy or skit. Su Peijin sat on the other side of Xiang Kaiping. When she saw her, The smile in her eyes deepened. Peijian, you are here? Did you see that? So funny. The corners of Su Peijian's mouth twitched. She couldn't bring herself to smile. It's really funny. Ling Jing nodded. Su Peijian's worldview was ruined by him. This guy watches the Spring Festival Gala? Auntie, let me tell you, I never watched the Spring Festival Gala before. I didn't expect the Spring Festival Gala to be so interesting. It's true. It was indeed beautiful. You look better every year. Xiang Kaiping nodded as if she had found a confidant. Look at this stage. It's much more beautiful than what we've seen before. Yes. Su Peijian sat there and once again felt like an outsider. She stood up and said, Mom, I'm going to take a shower. All right, go ahead. Xiang Kaiping nodded. I'll watch for a while longer. Su Peijian went upstairs and glanced at Ling Jing. He didn't look in her direction. Her room was upstairs. She had connected the two upstairs rooms to make one large room. Su Peijian went into the bathroom impatiently. When she came out again, she had calmed down. Forget it. She would watch it later. After New Year's Eve, she would take Xiang Kaiping out to play tomorrow. It would be good if she wasn't at home. Let's see how Ling Jing would follow her. No, the last time they went to Japan, didn't Ling Jing follow them? That guy would follow them again. Since that was the case, what did it matter where she stayed now? Su Peijian took a shower and deliberately locked the door. She knew that Ling Jing was next door. She didn't want him to have a chance to sneak into her room in the middle of the night. Ling Jing wouldn't sneak in. He was just knocking on the door openly. Su Peijian heard the knock and knew it was Ling Jing. Considering that Xiang Kaiping was next door, she went to open the door. Can I come in? The guest room is downstairs. I have something to say to you. If you're talking about starting over, you don't have to say it. Su Peijian was expressionless. I don't plan to start over with you. But I do. That's your business. Su Peijian didn't understand how her heart could be so hard, but she was just so hard and unmoved. Go, Ling Jing. It's useless for you to stay here. No matter how much you pester my mother, it's useless. I won't start over with you. I won't. I, Su Peijian, always do what I say. You know that. After saying this, she quickly closed the door and locked it. She moved quickly, and her heart beat even faster. She was even glad that Ling Jing wasn't as shameless as before. He didn't break in without any scruples. After returning to her room, she forced herself to calm down. Since she had made a decision, she wouldn't regret it. It wasn't her style. She spent a lot of effort to convince herself and finally went to sleep. But that night, she didn't sleep well. She tossed and turned on the bed, tossing and turning. It took her a long time to fall asleep, but after falling asleep, it was an endless dream. In the dream, it was Ling Jing's enlarged face. He said over and over again, let's start over. Let's start over again. His eyes were focused and affectionate. Su Peijian almost agreed. After Ling Jing came to her door again and again, she dreamed that she finally gave in. Okay, Ling Jing, let's start over. But the scene changed. Ling Jing suddenly looked at her with a smile. Did I fool you? Who wants to start over with you? Let me tell you, I won't fall for you. You're just a convict. Su Peijian woke up from the dream with joy. Her face was very pale. She rubbed her forehead and looked out of the window. The sky was getting brighter. Just like that, the day had passed. Today was the first day of the Lunar New Year. Xiang Kaiping was alone in Rong City and didn't have any relatives. But a few of her former subordinates still came to visit every year during the Lunar New Year. Those subordinates had become Su Peijian's subordinates, so she naturally had to be there. She got up in the morning and cleaned herself up, only to find that Ling Jing had already left. Su Peijian didn't find it strange. She didn't even ask Xiang Kaiping when Ling Jing left. Xiang Kaiping looked at her and wanted to say something several times. She didn't move at all. After entertaining the subordinates who came to visit, Su Peijian took some time to go to Su Qinghui's current residence in Rong City. She visited Su Chenghui and his wife and received 2 big red envelopes. Li Qinxue patted her hand, obviously very glad. Fortunately, you came today. We've already booked tickets to Australia tomorrow. Yeah. Su Yusin looked at Su Peijian. Sister, do you want to go together? No. Xiang Kaiping was still at home. She couldn't leave her alone to play. Su Qinghui's family was going on a trip, and she couldn't bring Xiang Kaiping with her. Next time, then. Li Qinshuan knew her current situation and didn't force her. It was unlikely that she and Xiang Kaiping would get along well. She felt uncomfortable when she saw her. She could tolerate Su Peijian because she had raised Su Peijian, but she was not generous enough to accept Xiang Kaiping. Su Peijian didn't stay long at the Su mansion and went back soon. She didn't see Ling Jing come back and breathed a sigh of relief. Until nighttime, there were still people setting off fireworks outside the window. Looking at the brilliant fireworks, she thought of the time in Japan when Ling Jing took her outdoors and gave her a fireworks ceremony. But so what? No matter how brilliant the fireworks were, they would eventually return to peace. Just like between her and Ling Jing. Ling Jing's absence made things convenient for her. Su Qinghui and his family went out to play. She also booked tickets and went out with Xiang Kaiping. Although she was used to the cold weather in Rome City, she still liked the relatively warm weather in the south. She stayed with Xiang Kaiping in Hainan for a few days. This time, Ling Jing didn't come with them. She tried a relatively relaxed and warm vacation with Xiang Kaiping and her daughter. Ling Jing didn't appear again until they returned to Rome City. Su Peijian couldn't tell what she was feeling. She was the one who asked Ling Jing not to come again. But when he really didn't come, she felt a little awkward and a little sad. In the blink of an eye, 15 years had passed. Su Peijian began to get busy again. She went on a business trip, and when she came back, she began to get busy again because of the previous project with Tang Mohan's company. In the blink of an eye, the first month passed just like that. One day, when she came home from work and passed by the bakery that Ling Jing had opened when he lied to her, she found that the sign had been changed. She was stunned. Because Ling Jing had chosen this place as a place to lie to her, she didn't look at this shop every time she passed by. But she didn't expect that the shop would change its sign after a few days. The new sign was very popular. It was called Zhen Xian Baking Shop. It didn't sound as good as the previous English name. Strangely, she pulled over and got out of the car. She entered the Zhen Xian Baking Shop. The decoration and layout seemed to be completely different from the last time she was here. The staff in the same uniform were putting new products on the shelves. One of the cakes was very exquisite, with two very cute people on it. It was a man and a woman, and it was very small. She looked around and finally decided on this one. "Pack this cake for me," Su Peijian said. Unexpectedly, the staff behind the counter shook her head when she saw which one she was pointing at. "I'm sorry, this cake was made by our boss. It's not for sale." "Not for sale?" "Yes." The staff nodded. "This cake was made by our boss for his girlfriend, so it's not for sale." "Is that so?" Su Peijian nodded. Then she didn't want to buy anything. She was about to leave, but someone walked out of the kitchen of the shop. "Pack that cake for her." Su Peijian was stunned for a moment. That familiar voice made her think that there was something wrong with her ears. She turned around and found Ling Jing standing there. He was wearing a chef's hat and white overalls. He was also holding a tray in his hand, which was full of cakes. He handed the cake to the staff on the side, walked in front of Su Peijian, and fixed his eyes on her. Chapter 885. This cake was originally for her. Su Peijian stood there and it didn't move. She looked at Ling Jing and didn't react for a moment. The shop assistant said that this cake was for his girlfriend. Ling Jing said that this cake was for her. When did she become his girlfriend? Did she admit it? Su Peijian didn't answer and didn't speak. Ling Jing looked at her. The shop assistant had already packed the cake and placed it on the counter. Su Peijian didn't reach out to take it. She glanced at Ling Jing and turned to leave. Ling Jing quickly grabbed her hand and put the box of cake in her hand. "Here." Su Peijian's hand shrank, and the cake almost fell to the ground. Ling Jing caught it in time. He looked at Su Peijian as if he was wronged. "Don't you want it?" "Who wanted it?" "She wasn't his girlfriend." Ling Jing held her hand and walked to a chair to sit down. The moment he held her hand, Su Peijian instinctively wanted to shake him off, but because they were in his shop, she didn't want to embarrass him too much in front of everyone. Ling Jing placed the cake on the table and gestured for the shop assistant to pour Su Peijian a hot drink. The shop assistant quickly brought a cup of hot cocoa over. Ling Jing placed the hot drink in front of Su Peijian. Ling Jing waved his hand, and the shop assistants went to the kitchen. One of the shop assistants even closed the door for them and hung the closed sign outside. Peijian, what do you think of this place? Su Peijian didn't speak. Ling Jing kept holding her hand. She wanted to pull out, but he was stronger. I've been thinking. The reason why you won't forgive me is because you think I lied to you. Later, I figured it out. If you think I lied to you, then I won't lie to you. You once said that being a baker is good. Now I realize that feels good too. I've learned to make this cake for more than a month, and now it's beginning to pay off. Actually, I made many before, but I think the taste is a little bad, so I didn't put it out every time I made it, and I never thought of giving it to you. The one you're looking at now is the best one I've made recently. Su Peijian was silent. Her lips pursed into a straight line. The last time I went to your house, I didn't lie. I was really chased out by my old man, because I told him that I would rather be your gigolo than inherit the family business. Su Peijian finally looked at him. Ling Jing spread his hands. I'm serious. You may not believe me, but I'm really bored. You probably don't know, but my old man is my father. He has 5 illegitimate children. I am his youngest child. Speaking of which, I am also an illegitimate child. Su Peijian furrowed her brows slightly. This time, she forcefully pulled her hand back, but she didn't leave. Instead, she picked up the cup of hot cocoa in front of her. Now that I think about it, it should be 2 years ago. When you saw me more than a year ago, I was betrayed by my most trusted subordinate. He took money from my good brothers, and after he betrayed me, he stabbed me. Su Peijian had never heard him mention this before. She looked up at him, still expressionless. After I was betrayed, I met you. Although you saved me, I really didn't trust you. At first, I didn't want to reveal my identity. Later, you actually treated me as a hooligan, a gigolo, and I was a little angry. So at that time, I really wanted to cheat you. But later, the more I spent time with you, the more I liked you. In the end, I realized that I couldn't let go of you. At that time, I was actually very afraid. Don't laugh at me. I was really afraid. I was afraid that you would hate me, and I was afraid that you wouldn't forgive me. That's why I made that request to you. I hope you can promise me something. You promised me, and I thought I had a gold medal to avoid death. But the truth is, I didn't expect you to bump into my mother looking for me in advance. That day, I wanted to explain it to you, but I didn't expect to receive those photos from that bastard, Hui Yifan. I was angry at the time. On one hand, I hate you and him. I hate that you still have contact with him. On the other hand, I don't really believe it, that you would give up Hui Yifan and choose a hooligan like me. I know that you're not that kind of person, but at that time, I really lost my mind. I'm sorry. Peijian, I admit that I didn't understand love before. Although my mother loved my father very much, she never agreed to marry him. She would rather let me be an illegitimate child than marry my father. And my father said that he loved my mother very much, but he openly let his illegitimate children jump in front of my mother every day. Those brothers of mine, on the surface, they were friendly and respectful to me, but in fact, all of them wanted me dead. They were jealous that I was born as the young master of the Ling family, and they resented that I was favored by the old man. They were even jealous that I had my mother's concern for me, because the condition for them to enter the Ling family was that their mother had nothing to do with them. With these brothers around, no matter how much my mother cared for me, she still cared about the other children's thoughts. Ever since I was a child, I have never received much love from my parents. I said that day that my mother never gave me a bowl of rice or a bowl of soup. I'm not joking. I'm serious. Maybe she loved me, but her love was too weak. Most of the time, I didn't feel it all. She also didn't teach me how to love someone. I really didn't know. What is love? How do you love someone? Ling Jing said so much in one breath, and finally looked at Su Peijian. I don't understand. I don't understand, so I lost you. I know that I didn't do a lot of things well in the past, and I admit it. So, can you give me a chance on account of the fact that I've already started to change? If you like me when I was a hooligan, then Peijian. I'm willing to be a hooligan again for you, to be the pretty boy you like again. If that's the case, can you give me a chance? Let me be with you again. Ling Jing's words were sincere. Su Peijian didn't have any reaction. He had gotten the wrong direction. She had never liked gangsters, but Ling Jing, who was a gangster. I've been looking for you before, and I've been telling you that I want to start over with you. But you didn't want to. Peijian, if you don't want to start over with Ling Jing, the young master of the Ling family, can you start over with Ling Jing, the hooligan? Look, I can do as we said before. I'll be a baker. I can make dessert for you. Then you can help me open my shop all over the country. What do you say? No. Su Peijian pursed her lips into a straight line. According to Ling Jing, his family situation was complicated enough. Under such circumstances, she didn't believe that Ling Jing's father would let Ling Jing fool around outside. Peijian? Okay, don't ask me. That's your business. Su Peijian finally reacted. She stood up and said, do whatever you want. It has nothing to do with me. But I hope it has something to do with you. Ling Jing stood up as well. Didn't you tell me? Besides, I wanted to learn baking because of you. I said it has nothing to do with me. Su Peijian's words were obviously lacking confidence. She realized this herself and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Thank you for the hot drink. And the cake, how much is it? I'll give you the money. Peijian. Ling Jing's expression suddenly became extremely aggrieved. Do you have to do this? The look in her eyes made Su Peijian think that she and Ling Jing had returned to the past. But they couldn't go back. This cake was originally for you. It was made for you by me. If you don't want it, then throw it away. Ling Jing seemed to say this in a huff. Su Peijian looked at him and didn't throw the cake away. Thank you for the cake. Without saying anything more, Su Peijian picked up the cake on the table and turned to leave. Ling Jing followed behind her. Why don't you tell me? What do you want to do to forgive me? I really can't find a way anymore. Su Peijian, can't you just give me a quick death? Ling Jing, don't do these things. Don't be a baker. Don't waste his time here. You should go back to the Ling family and continue to be the glorious young master of the Ling family. Then tell me, what are you going to do? I don't need you to do anything for me. The flamboyant, wild, and carefree Ling Jing was himself. He didn't need to be someone else. She didn't want to see Ling Jing like this either. Such a Ling Jing would make her unable to resist, would make her soft-hearted, and would make her want to let go. She wanted to give him a chance and do it again with him. But he pulled her hand again, and this time, she shook him off with much less force. No buts. Su Peijian hurriedly pushed open the door and left. She walked very fast, as if some monster behind her would catch up with her. So she didn't see the smile that flashed across Ling Jing's eyes. Su Peijian probably didn't even notice the loosening and struggle in her eyes. However, he noticed it. Ling Jing took off his chef's uniform and casually took off his chef's hat and put it aside. Looking at the shop in front of him, he wasn't in a hurry. The shop was already open, and he was just waiting for customers to come. Su Peijian passed by here every day, so he had a lot of opportunities. It was just a matter of time. He could afford to wait. When Su Peijian returned home, Xiang Kaiping asked about the cake. She casually said that she bought it when she passed by and saw it look good. She gave the cake to Xiang Kaiping, but she didn't want to talk to her at all. However, when Xiang Kaiping opened the cake and asked her to eat it, she should have refused, but in the end, she still cut a piece. There was a very delicate fork inside the cake. When she ate the cake, the taste was not as good as that of a star chef, or even better than that of a bakery. However, this cake was made by Ling Jing. Chapter 886. This name turned over in her heart. Some sweet, some sour, and some emotions. She didn't even know herself. This cake isn't as delicious as the one you bought last time. Let's buy the one you bought last time. Not only could she taste it, but Xiang Kaiping could also taste it. Su Peijian didn't say anything. Up until now, Ling Jing has only learned for a month at most. How delicious can she bake a cake? However, this cake was made by Ling Jing, so the meaning was somewhat different. Su Peijian ate the cake without tasting it. Ling Jing was serious, wasn't he? Or was he serious? He was joking. He couldn't be serious. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. Su Peijian reminded herself not to believe what Ling Jing said. However, the next day, She couldn't help but pass by the so-called sincerity baking workshop again. The car was parked on the road. She could only see people walking inside, but she couldn't see if Ling Jing was inside. Realizing her actions, Su Peijian quickly left like a thief. When she arrived at the company, she told herself that she would never go there again. What about Ling Jing? Would he be a baker or a gangster? It had nothing to do with her whether he was the young master of the Ling family or a gigolo. Yes, that was it. Unexpectedly, Su Peijian received a package in the afternoon. Her secretary, Zhou Mei, sent it directly to her office. President Su, there's a package for you. My package? Su Peijian looked at the time. It was 3:30 in the afternoon. She remembered that she hadn't bought anything online recently. Leave it. But this is refrigerated food. If you don't eat it, you have to put it in the fridge. Refrigerated food? Su Peijian had a very bad feeling in her heart. She asked Zhou Mei to bring the package over. It was a small box, and it was opened. There was a small box inside, a pink cardboard box. It was slightly cold. Su Peijian could roughly guess what was inside. She wanted to tell Zhou Mei to take it out and throw it away, but she resisted in the end. She opened it. Inside was a small heart-shaped cake. The simplest mousse cake was made into a heart shape. The chocolate coating looked very appetizing. What a beautiful cake. Zhou Mei looked at her. President Su, is this the afternoon tea you ordered? No. Su Peijian shook her head. If you like it, you can have it. Huh? Zhou Mei looked at Su Peijian, picked up the piece of cake, and left. Su Peijian watched as Zhou Mei turned and left. She wanted to stop her, but she swallowed her words. The next day, someone sent another cake over. Apart from the cake being different, there was also a card. Dessert is only sweet in the mouth, but I hope I can be sweet in your heart. Sour. Where did this sweetness come from? Su Peijian stared at the card and threw it into the trash without a second thought. On the third day, there was a different kind of cake with a rose. The card attached was changed to, "May your mood bloom like a rose." Su Peijian threw the card away again, but this time, she was more hesitant than the day before. On the fourth day, the cake was changed from red roses to yellow roses. The meaning of yellow roses is to ask for forgiveness. Can I beg for your forgiveness? Crazy. Su Peijian held the card for a long time, then threw it into the trash can. On the fifth day, when Su Peijian saw the blue rose, she wondered what else Ling Jing could say. Blue roses, mysterious, delicate, just like the feeling you give me. Su Peijian closed her eyes, gave the cake to Zhou Mei, and continued to throw the card. On the sixth day, pink roses. Our memories from before. Many of them are pink. Don't you miss it? Why would she miss it? No matter how beautiful the memories were, they were built on deception. She wanted to forget it. The seventh day, the eighth day, the ninth day. Every day, there were different colors of flowers, and there were also different cakes and cards. Su Peijian threw them all away and gave the cake to Zhou Mei. In fact, this was really a very subtle thing. If she really didn't want to see it, she could have not even opened it. Why would she need to see what Ling Jing had given her today? On the 10th day, Su Peijian looked at the cake and immediately closed the lid. She looked at Zhou Mei. You can leave. Her movements just now were too fast, and Zhou Mei didn't see it clearly. However, when she saw Su Peijian's appearance, she quickly left. After Zhou Mei left, Su Peijian opened the box again. Her expression was very ugly. On the small cake, there were two entangled bodies, a man and a woman. That posture was very ambiguous. The man was on top, and the woman was below. That was not all. There was a sentence written in black chocolate on the cake. I miss you. Su Peijian's face was red. She was angry. She took out the card inside. Even if she wanted to throw it away, the words on it still fell into her eyes. Shameless, dirty, shameless. Su Peijian could no longer sit still. She stood up, and the card in her hand was crushed into a ball. She threw the card into the trash can, but she felt that it was not enough. She picked it up and tore it into pieces. It was so broken that it could no longer be put together. As for the cake, she threw it into the trash can without hesitation. The cake quickly changed shape, and the words on it were mixed with the person, no longer visible. This was not enough to vent her anger. Su Peijian picked up her bag and keys and quickly rushed out of the office. She only had time to tell Zhou Mei before she left. In less than half an hour, she arrived at the bakery where Ling Jing was. "Where is Ling Jing?" The shop assistant saw her and was about to come up to greet her. Seeing her angry face, those people did not dare to provoke her at all. Su Peijian went straight into the back kitchen. There were 2 bakers in the operation room at the back. They were shocked when they saw someone come in. Ling Jing, on the other hand, was much calmer. He waved his hand and signaled for them to leave first. He looked at Su Peijian with a triumphant smile in his eyes. "You're here? I just happened to be trying to make the latest bread. You could try it later." Who wanted to try it? Su Peijian was furious. "Ling Jing, have you played enough? How is it playing?" Ling Jing looked at her with a hurt expression. "I'm too sad when you say that. Can't you taste any changes in the cakes I gave you these days? Who wants to eat the cakes you made? I threw them all away." As soon as Su Peijian finished speaking, she realized that she had been tricked by Ling Jing. She said that she threw the cakes away, which naturally meant that she did not see the card inside at all. However, wasn't her angrily running over just a way to expose herself? Su Peijian's face turned green and white. She kept feeling that she had fallen into Ling Jing's trap. She glared at him hatefully, turned around, and was about to leave without looking back. How could Ling Jing let go of her, who had finally come to him? He grabbed her wrist and quickly pulled her into his arms. He had been here for a long time, and his body smelled like toast. It was a little sweet, and Su Peijian wanted to push him away. However, Ling Jing held her waist tightly and did not let her break free. "Did you see the card I wrote?" Su Peijian could not answer this. Ling Jing smiled like a fox who had succeeded in his plot. "Are you angry? You're shameless. I'm just telling the truth." Ling Jing looked at her plump lips. He hadn't kissed her for a few days. He really missed her. He did what he thought. He lowered his head and gave her a kiss. The long kiss landed on her lips. It was as sweet and beautiful as he remembered it, making him unable to stop. Su Peijian struggled, but how could Ling Jing give her a chance to escape? He held the back of her head and deepened the kiss. Slowly, Su Peijian's struggle weakened. Her legs were weak. If it weren't for Ling Jing's hand behind her, she had no doubt that she would have slid to the ground. Ling Jing finished kissing her and stepped back a little. He pressed his forehead against hers and looked at her blurry eyes and slightly parted red lips. "I miss you. I miss your body. I miss your kiss. I miss your lips." He repeated what was written on the card. Then, he kissed her lips again. His lips were hot. "I haven't slept well during this period of time, because I didn't hug you to sleep. I miss you very much. Really. Every day. I can only fall asleep when I fantasize about you. Every day, I have to look at your photo and imagine that you are under me. Only then can I fall asleep." Su Peijian was shocked by his shamelessness. She didn't know what she could say. She moved her body, but she could really feel Ling Jing's desire. What he said was true. "I'm addicted to you. You have to be responsible for me." Su Peijian really shouldn't be surprised that Ling Jing could be in heat anytime and anywhere. "Have you had enough? How can I?" Ling Jing held her waist so that she could fully feel his desire. "I can't wait to do you now. Ling Jing, let go of me. I said I won't let go, and I won't let go. Today, you came to me on your own. Do you think you can escape? Are you crazy? I'm crazy. I'm going crazy because of you." Ling Jing buried his face in her neck, and his breath brushed against her cheek. "Do you know? How does it feel to think about you every day, but not see or touch you? You probably don't know." He bit her neck. Su Peijian shrank her neck in pain, but Ling Jing bit her again. "Every day, I think that I should catch you and lock you up. I won't let you go anywhere, and I won't let you wear any clothes. The only place you can move is under me on my bed." "Pervert." Su Peijian avoided his lips and stared at him, her eyes full of shock. Chapter 887. Turn his words into reality? Su Peijian's entire body began to tremble at the thought of it. She refused. Lunatic. Ling Jing was a lunatic right now. "Drag. Are you crazy?" Su Peijian struggled. "This is illegal." "Yes. Ling Jing looked at the mark on her stomach and couldn't help but bite it again, deepening the mark. But compared to being crazy and breaking the law, which do you think is better? Lunatic. Su Peijian looked up at him. Ling Jing, you'd better let go of me. What if I don't let go? Then I'll never forgive you. She knew that Ling Jing could do it. He could really kidnap her, lock her up, and not let her have her freedom. But if that was really the case, she would rather die. Ling Jing, if you really do that, I'll tell you. I'll never forgive you for the rest of my life. Never. Her powerful words made the teasing look on Ling Jing's face disappear. He stared at Su Peijian and slowly let go of her hand. Su Peijian took a step back as quickly as possible and then straightened her clothes. Ling Jing looked at her face, which was avoiding him as if he were a snake, and laughed mockingly. Su Peijian. He suddenly called her name very seriously. You took the initiative to come to me today. You haven't forgotten, right? She hadn't forgotten, but it was because of this that she hated, was annoyed, and was angry at herself for falling into his trap. I like you. I love you. I want to be with you. What's wrong with that? There was nothing wrong, but she didn't want to believe him anymore. She didn't say anything, but Ling Jing understood what she meant. He nodded. Okay, you don't forgive me and don't accept me anymore. Is that so? Su Peijian didn't say anything. Ling Jing approached her and added, You'll never give me a chance again, right? Su Peijian couldn't answer this. In fact, she was very conflicted. She was just frightened by Ling Jing's words just now. Then you can go. Ling Jing turned around. You can leave now. Leave this place and don't come looking for me again. Su Peijian couldn't believe that Ling Jing would let her go so easily. It was so easy that she stood there motionless. Su Peijian. Ling Jing suddenly looked at her, his eyes focused and serious. You said that you won't forgive me, that you don't want to be with me. So, I'm letting you go today. But if there's a next time, Su Peijian, I won't care if you forgive me or not. Don't even think about running away from me. What do you mean? Su Peijian blinked. When she realized what Ling Jing had said, her body froze. She didn't dare to move at all. This is the last chance I'm giving you. From now on, we will go our separate ways. You can leave now. That's it? Was it over? Su Peijian stared at him with her eyes wide open. There was a lump in her throat. She closed her eyes, turned around, and walked out without looking back. Ling Jing did not expect that she would actually not be reluctant to leave. One of his hands was clenched into a fist. Su Peijian, you'd better pray that you never meet me again in this lifetime. Otherwise, she would never be able to escape in this lifetime. Su Peijian's reaction was not to stay, but to run out like the wind. Ling Jing was left looking at her back. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. You won't let go just like that? No way. Su Peijian, just you wait. Su Peijian came out of the bakery, her heart beating wildly. She pressed her hand to her chest and thought about what Ling Jing had said just now. Was he really going to let her go just like that? Why did she feel that it was unreal? This didn't seem like Ling Jing's style of doing things. He should be more persistent, more clingy, and more gloomy than this. However, no matter how much Su Peijian didn't believe it, Ling Jing really didn't appear again. The next day, no one sent cakes to her anymore. There were no cakes, no cards, no flowers. The office was quiet. Su Peijian had just finished another section of the work on her hands. She was more free than before. With more time, she felt an invisible loneliness that was quietly eroding her heart. She still went to work and got off work, but she would always look out of the window inadvertently. Those white clouds would transform into Ling Jing's face. When she got off work, she clearly didn't want to, but she couldn't help but go to the bakery. The business there seemed to be getting better and better, but she didn't see Ling Jing again. She didn't know whether she should be glad or disappointed. Time passed by in a flash, and another half a month passed. Rome City finally began to feel like spring, and the temperature rose. Rome City held an Outstanding Entrepreneur Award ceremony. Su Peijian also received an invitation. When she arrived, she found that Hu Jinyao was also there. Not only him, but Tang Mohan, Lin Feixing, and the others were also there. After Su Peijian sat down, she found that Ling Jing was also there. She actually saw Ling Jing at such an event. Su Peijian's company wasn't in the top of the line in Rome City for the time being, so her seat was at the back. At the front were naturally Hua Jinyao, the Tang family, the Wan family, and the other aristocratic families. This corner was just enough for her to see Ling Jing, but Ling Jing couldn't see her. She watched as Ling Jing passed by in front of her and didn't look in her direction. Su Peijian didn't know whether she should feel relieved or disappointed. She didn't forget what Ling Jing said. He said that if she appeared in front of him again, he wouldn't let her go. But now, she didn't take the initiative to appear in front of him, but he ran in front of her. If they accidentally met later, would it count? There were two women next to her. She didn't know which company they were from. They happened to see Ling Jing come in. Do you see the man in the white suit? I see him. He's so handsome. He looks so good in white. Did you notice just now? He seems to have glanced in this direction. I saw it too. Ah, his eyes are so charming. Which company is he from? I don't know, but those who can come shouldn't be bad, right? Why don't we ask for his number later? You go and ask. Let's go together. Okay. His phoenix eyes are so charming. Yeah, I guess he must be very good looking when he smiles. And his figure is also very good. That's right. We must get his phone. Have more confidence. Although the conversation between the two women was very soft, Su Peijian still heard it, because she was close. Did he look in this direction? Did he see her? Was he handsome? Indeed, she had to admit that Ling Jing had a very good appearance. Otherwise, why would she choose him in the first place? But so what if she chose him? He had nothing to do with her now. Su Peijian blinked. Everything was her own choice. She didn't regret it. If those women could chase Ling Jing away, it would be considered a good deed, so that he wouldn't harm others. Yes, that was it. The awards ceremony was very boring. Su Peijian sat for a while, and her phone rang with a few text messages. When Su Peijian finished reading the text messages and looked up again, she found that Ling Jing's seat in front of her was no longer there. She was stunned for a moment and looked in that direction in a daze. After an unknown amount of time, the applause around her continued. She looked at Hua Jinyao, who was giving out the award, and suddenly couldn't stay any longer. She got up and walked outside. There were two exits in the conference center. She picked one of them and walked out. She had only taken 2 steps when her phone rang. A message came from the other end of the phone, and her phone almost flew out of her hand. What did you say? Say it again. Which hospital are you in? Tell me clearly. The 5th hospital? Where's the 5th hospital? Tell me. Su Peijian felt a headache coming on. She wanted to ask more, but the phone in her hand was taken away. Give me the address. Which floor? Which department? Okay, we'll be right there. She turned around and stared blankly at the man who had suddenly appeared. Ling Jing, who was wearing a white suit, stood in front of her. He looked at her with a serious expression. Let's go. The 5th hospital. Xiao Yi said that she is now in the emergency department. As Ling Jing spoke, he took 2 steps toward the door. Seeing that Su Peijian was still in a daze, he turned around, grabbed her hand, and led her outside. She should have shaken off his hand. Now, the two of them had nothing to do with each other. However, Su Peijian was confused by the news that Xiao Yi had just brought. She really didn't know what to say until Ling Jing stuffed her into the car. You're emotionally unstable now. It's better not to drive. His faint voice seemed to be explaining. Su Peijian didn't know what to say. The car drove to the hospital. She was very nervous and worried. Xiang Kaiping had just been in a car accident. She had been hit by a car. She didn't know what was going on now. She just felt very worried. Don't worry, Annie will be fine. Su Peijian couldn't say anything. She looked in front of her and wished that the car could go faster. Ling Jing didn't let her down. The car arrived at the 5th hospital at the fastest speed. She rushed out of the car as soon as it stopped. Ling Jing followed behind her. Where's the emergency room? Tell me, where is the emergency room? Calm down. Ling Jing followed her and pressed her shoulder. He turned around and looked at the frightened but understanding nurse. Excuse me, where is the emergency room? That way. The nurse was fine. She had seen many anxious family members like this. Just turn right from here. Thank you. Ling Jing nodded and then led Su Peijian in the direction of the emergency department. When they went to the emergency department, They said that the patient had been sent to the operating theater. Ling Jing and Su Peijian rushed to the operating theater upstairs. A middle-aged man was waiting at the entrance of the operating theater. The other was the nanny hired by the family, Xiao Yi. Su Peijian rushed up when she saw Xiao Yi. "How's my mother? Is she okay?" "I don't know." Xiao Yi was also scared. "The doctor is checking on Annie Xiang now. I don't know what will happen." Chapter 888. He was the one who hit her. At that time, Xiaoye still wanted to say something, but Su Peijian had already glared at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was startled by Su Peijian's gaze. He was wearing the uniform of a taxi company, and it was obvious that he was a taxi driver. "It's not my fault." She dropped the things she bought on the ground. She suddenly rushed out to pick them up, and I couldn't stop in time. The driver was wronged. If he hadn't seen Xiang Kaiping fainting from the pain, he would have thought that he had encountered a scammer. He had just sent the guest off and had just started walking when he hit Xiang Kaiping. He drove so slowly, but Xiang Kaiping fell down just like that. What else could it be if it wasn't a scammer? But who knew that when he sent her to the hospital, the doctor would directly say that he was ready for surgery? He had been detained here by Xiaoye and refused to let him go. He still felt very wronged. "It's like this." Xiaoye quickly grabbed the agitated Su Peijian. "The weather is good today. I said that I would go out to buy groceries. Aunt Xiang said that she was bored and wanted to go with me. Then, when we passed by the fruit stand, Aunt Xiang saw that the oranges were very good and said to buy some. However, when we walked back, we were going to take a taxi, but the bag that Aunt Xiang was carrying was somehow torn. A few oranges rolled onto the road. I said that I would pick them up, but Aunt Xiang ran one step ahead of me. Then, she was hit. It really has nothing to do with me." The middle-aged man waved his hand. "I drive very slowly. Didn't you hit someone even if you drove slowly?" Xiaoye was furious. Just now, when they entered the hospital, the driver still wanted to run. It was she who kept holding him. Su Peijian didn't care. At this time, she couldn't calm down at all. "You'd better pray that my mother is fine. Otherwise, this will not end." The middle-aged man had a bitter look on his face. He couldn't help but look at Ling Jing. "Little brother, persuade your wife. It's really not my fault. I'm just a taxi driver. I have no money." Hearing the word wife, the corners of his mouth rose a little. Su Peijian glared at the driver. "Who are you calling his wife?" "Not wife." The taxi driver nodded. "That's good. You're so fierce. What did you say?" "Say it again." "You hit my mom, and you're still in the right?" All right. Ling Jing looked at Su Peijian and nodded at the middle-aged man. He turned to look at Su Peijian and patted her on the shoulder. "Calm down. Annie will be fine." Su Peijian couldn't calm down at all. She glanced at Ling Jing and stopped talking. However, she sat there in a very bad state. Her face was full of anxiety. "Sister Su?" Xiao Yu was a little frightened. Just now, she only cared about holding on to the driver to prevent him from running away. She didn't pay attention to the doctor's words. "Sorry, I didn't take good care of Annie." Su Peijian didn't say anything. She knew Xiang Caiping's personality. Even if he succeeded in starting his own business and made money, he still retained his old habits. He was reluctant to eat and wear. "It's none of your business." Ling Jing waved to her and said, "Go and clean up. I don't know what's going on here. No matter what the situation is, since she has undergone surgery, she should be hospitalized. Go back and bring her a change of clothes and some daily necessities. Cook some porridge when you come over." All right. I'll go now." Xiao Yi heard this and left. The driver stood there at a loss. Ling Jing glanced at him and said, "Although you said that it's not your fault, we have to wait for the traffic police to determine who is responsible for the accident. Do you agree?" "Yes, I agree. But it really has nothing to do with me." She suddenly rushed out, and she was squatting there. I didn't see her at all. The middle-aged man kept explaining. Ling Jing glanced at him and said, "You go first. I'll let the traffic police know if there's any result." "Okay, thank you. Sir, you're really a good person. We're taxi drivers. A delay will cost us a lot of money." As he spoke, he glanced at Su Peijian again and said, "I really didn't mean to hit your mother." Ling Jing didn't say anything. She just waved her hand, and the man left. The corridor became quiet. Su Peijian sat there motionlessly as if she had lost all her strength. Seeing her like this, Ling Jing helped her to sit on a bench nearby. Calm down. Annie will be fine. Su Peijian shook her head and didn't say anything. Seeing her like this, Ling Jing thought for a moment and reached out to pull her into his arms. Don't worry, she will be fine. Didn't you hear what the driver said? He drove very slowly. I believe Annie will be fine. Will she really be fine? Su Peijian looked at him as if she wanted a guarantee. Definitely. Trust me. Ling Jing looked at Su Peijian and said, You heard what the driver said. He drove very slowly, and the doctors are still trying to save her. I believe she will be fine. Su Peijian didn't say anything. She sat there and looked at the lights in the operating room. You don't understand at all. You don't know anything. It had nothing to do with the speed of the car. When people were old, it was easy for them to have problems. Su Peijian let him hug her, but didn't push him away. She had a car accident before and was almost paralyzed. Ling Jing didn't know about this. Su Peijian's eyes turned red and tears fell. That car accident was actually because of me. If she hadn't caused trouble for Xiang Kaiping, she wouldn't have been pushed by Luo Meishan, and she wouldn't have had a car accident. She abandoned me at a very early age. I didn't like her before. After I met her, I despised her. I always felt that she wasn't good. She wasn't like me, not like my mother. She was noble and decent, and she spoke and did things with dignity. I always despised her for being stingy. I despised her for always scolding me. I even despised the guilty look in her eyes every time she saw me. She was always like that. She felt that I was in prison because of her. She felt that it was because she abandoned me and didn't take good care of me that I went down the wrong path. Actually, it wasn't like that. Su Peijian closed her eyes and said, She was actually a very traditional and very pitiful woman. She just loved me. She just didn't know how to love me. When I came out of prison, she asked me what I wanted every day. She didn't have a car and couldn't bear to, but she bought me a car. She actually didn't know anything about cars. She heard that a Ferrari was good, so she bought a Ferrari. She didn't even think about whether it was suitable or not. She still does. I said I would give her a driver, but she didn't want it. She likes to go out in her own car every day. I treated her very badly, really. Su Peijian held Ling Jing's clothes, and her eyes were a little hot. Do you know? I really didn't treat her well at all, but she never minded. She always felt that she wasn't good enough. She felt that it was all because of her. Su Peijian couldn't go on. She thought about it seriously. In the past 2 years, Xiang Kaiping had really given everything to her. But how much did she give back? If anything happens to her, I really won't forgive myself for the rest of my life. Tears blurred her eyes. Ling Jing looked at her and reached out to hold her tightly in her arms. It's okay. She won't blame you. She loves you. She loves you. So she won't think about these things. Really? Yes. Ling Jing patted her back. All mothers are the same. Su Peijian's eyes were misty with tears. No matter how strong she was, she couldn't overcome the weakness in her heart. Xiang Kaiping was one of her weaknesses. She was separated from her daughter for the first half of her life. She finally found her daughter, but she wasn't close. She had even despised her before. Am I a terrible daughter? No. Ling Jing looked at her and raised her hand to wipe away the tears in her eyes. You are a very, very good daughter. Really? Yes. Ling Jing nodded. I think Annie thinks so too. She will think that you are arrogant. Su Peijian didn't say anything. She had always been a very calm and rational person. After being comforted by Ling Jing, her emotions slowly calmed down. After calming down, she realized that the position she was in with Ling Jing now was the two of them were leaning against each other. Her hands were still holding the front of Ling Jing's dress, and Ling Jing's hands were around her body. Su Peijian suddenly blushed. She stepped back a little. Ling Jing clasped her waist tightly, not letting her break free and leave. Ling Jing, I seem to remember saying that. Ling Jing held her waist with one hand and pinched her chin with the other to make her look at her. If you appear in front of me again, I won't let you go. Ling Jing. Su Peijian couldn't believe that he was still in the mood to talk about this at this time. My mother is in surgery. So what? Ling Jing raised his eyebrows and ignored her words. Annie will be fine, and you from now on are mine. Su Peijian's lips moved, and it took her a long time to find her voice. It was you who appeared in front of me. So? Ling Jing looked at her with a touch of mockery in his eyes. So I forced you to get into my car just now. I forced you to grab my clothes and not let go. I forced you to cry in my arms. I didn't cry. You didn't cry? Ling Jing lowered his head and looked at the front of his dress that seemed to be wet by Su Peijian's tears. So it's raining outside? I accidentally got the rain? Su Peijian's imposing manner weakened. She gritted her teeth and looked at Ling Jing, ashamed and annoyed. Ling Jing, my mother is still in surgery. At such a time, he was actually thinking about other things in his mind. Su Peijian was very angry. I know. Let's change to something fresh. Ling Jing stared at her face as if he wanted to swallow her into his stomach. Your mother is in surgery. You are mine. There is no conflict. What a rascal. Su Peijian waved his hand away. I'm not in the mood now. It doesn't matter. I'm in the mood. Ling Jing pinched her chin again. And I can wait until you are in a mood. His eyes were burning, and the meaning revealed in them was very obvious. Chapter 889. Su Peijian knew this. For some reason, she didn't dare to continue to look at Ling Jing. She thought she would be angry, or at least scold him for being shameless. But she didn't want to say those words at first. She came back to her senses. In a short time, she just wanted Xiang Kaiping to be safe. Turning her face away from Ling Jing, Su Peijian just stared at the lights in the operating room. Ling Jing looked at her profile and didn't go any further. But he put his hand on her shoulder. Don't worry. Auntie is blessed. She'll be fine. Su Peijian didn't speak. She leaned her back against Ling Jing's chest. His chest was warm and reliable behind her. She didn't know what she should say at this time, but she was willing to admit that she was at ease with Ling Jing there. Time passed minute by minute. Finally, the lights in the operating room dimmed. Su Peijian stood up immediately. When the doctor came out, she had already rushed over. Ling Jing followed behind her. Doctor, the patient is out of danger. The appendix has been removed. Pay attention to rest and diet for the next few days. She can be discharged after the sutures are removed. Su Peijian was stunned. She looked at the doctor blankly and couldn't react for a moment. What did you say? Appendicitis? Yes. The doctor glanced at the corridor. The patient had acute appendicitis. We've already operated to remove it. She'll be fine soon. No. Su Peijian was shocked by this turn of events. Wasn't she hit by a car? Yes. The patient was hit by a car, but the car was slow and didn't hit her. It was just a touch. The patient happened to have acute appendicitis at that time. So when she was sent in, the doctor downstairs thought that she was hit by a car and suffered organ damage. But I am very responsible to tell you that the patient was not hurt. She just had a few more abrasions on her hands. Doctor, are you sure? My mother is so old. Are you questioning our professionalism? Okay, we got it. Thank you, doctor. Ling Jing spoke at the right time and held Su Peijian's shoulder. The doctor glanced at Su Peijian with a hint of disapproval in his eyes. Family member, let me tell you, this is a separate matter. If you were hit by a car, then you were hit by a car. Appendicitis is appendicitis. It's not right for you to try to blackmail me. Su Peijian glared at the doctor, who was trying to extort money. She just didn't expect it. No one had made it clear just now. Thank you, doctor, thank you. I'm just worried, that's all. Knowing that Xiang Caiping's life was not in danger and that things were not beyond repair, Su Peijian breathed a sigh of relief. Only when he relaxed did he realize that his legs were a little weak. Ling Jing's hand on her waist supported her at the right time, giving her strength. She turned and glanced at him. His lips moved. Just as he was about to speak, Xiang Kaiping was pushed out. With Ling Jing around, Su Peijian didn't have to worry about the rest. They arranged for him to be in a single ward and then hired a nurse. Not long after, Gu Xiu brought them lunch. Xiang Kaiping was still under anesthesia, so she did not wake up. Su Peijian didn't have much of an appetite, but under Ling Jing's supervision, she managed to eat some. After lunch, the doctor came to see her again. He said that she was old and might wake up later, but it would be fine. Su Peijian thanked the doctor and continued to stay by Xiang Caiping's bed. This time, Xiang Caiping really scared her. She thought that she would rather hire 2 more people so that something like this wouldn't happen again. Here, drink some water. Ling Jing's voice sounded very gentle at this time, completely different from the coldness when he threatened her just now. Su Peijian glanced at him and took the cup from his hand. When she took it, Ling Jing didn't let go of her immediately. She looked at him, and he was also looking at her. Under her gaze, he let go of her hand, bent down, and looked at her. Drink my water, and you are mine. Boring. Knowing that Xiang Caiping was fine, Su Peijian wasn't as nervous as before. Boring? Ling Jing tilted his head and bit her earlobe. Then do you want to do something interesting to talk about? Ling Jing, Su Peijian called him, and then lowered her voice. Are you crazy? They were in the ward, and Xiang Caiping was still sleeping. Yes, I'm crazy. You made me crazy. Ling Jing bit her earlobe again. She stared at him in pain. He tilted her chin up. Woman, I have never seen a woman like you, cold-blooded and heartless. I was thinking that if you appeared in front of me again, I would definitely not let you go. Every day, I thought about how to make you come to me. I thought about it so much that I was going crazy. But your heart is made of ice. You can actually be so cold-blooded that you don't come to see me, don't come to me. So, do you think I will still let you go? Ling Jing opened his mouth and held her earlobe in his mouth. This time, even if I go crazy, I will drag you along with me. He was really crazy. Su Peijian looked at him, not knowing how to respond to his words. Afraid? Who's afraid? So you're scared? Ling Jing, I'm not that timid. Then why don't you respond to me? Why should I respond to you? Su Peijian realized that she was actually arguing with Ling Jing, and her expression turned ugly. Get out. This is my mother's ward. Yes, it's your mother, but she's also my mother-in-law. Who are you calling mother-in-law? Su Peijian's face turned green. I'm calling whoever it is. Ling Jing smiled, especially when he found out that Su Peijian's sadness had disappeared because of him. Instead, she felt helpless and angry. Shameless rogue. Su Peijian really hated that she was too well-educated and learned too little to swear. Get out. This is my mother's ward. You are not welcome here. Why me? Ling Jing sat down next to Su Peijian. I asked Gu Xiao to arrange this ward before. As soon as Su Peijian entered the hospital and found out that something had happened to Xiang Caiping, she was stunned. She didn't care about her own condition at all, let alone arranging a ward. Her calmness, which she had always been proud of, was indeed useless today. In fact, there was one thing that she hadn't realized yet, and was unwilling to admit. That was because Ling Jing was there. That inexplicable sense of security made her feel at ease to trust Ling Jing and believe that he would do other things well. In fact, Ling Jing had indeed done it. He had taken care of all these things. She could just stay in this ward and watch over Xiang Caiping. She didn't speak. Ling Jing raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile of success. In the evening, when Xiao Yi packed up and brought things to them, Xiang Caiping finally woke up. As soon as she woke up, she saw Su Peijian. Peijian? You? Mom, how are you? Hearing Xiang Caiping's somewhat hoarse voice, she quickly got up and turned to look at Xiao Yi. She was about to ask her to pour a glass of water, but Ling Jing had already poured a glass of warm water and put it in her hand. She glanced at Ling Jing, picked up the glass of water, and walked to Xiang Caiping. Mom, drink some water first? After feeding Xiang Caiping the glass of warm water, she had just put her hand back, but Ling Jing had already taken the glass. Su Peijian looked at Ling Jing deeply. Not only was she looking at her, but Xiang Caiping was also looking at her. Jing, why are you here? Mom, how are you? Auntie, you were hit by a car. Do you remember? Ling Jing smiled and stood beside Su Peijian. The doctor said you had acute appendicitis. He has already performed surgery on you. How are you feeling now? Me? Appendicitis? Xiang Caiping thought for a moment. It seemed to be true. At that time, she was going to pick up oranges, but as soon as she bent down, her stomach started to hurt. Later, a car came, and she instinctively stepped back. She was fine, but her hand was bruised. Later, her stomach started to hurt even more. She didn't know what happened after that. I'm fine. Maybe the anesthesia hasn't worn off yet. I don't feel any pain now. Xiang Caiping's words made Su Peijian breathe a sigh of relief. She was about to speak when Xiang Caiping didn't forget her question. Jing, why are you here? Xiang Caiping looked at Ling Jing and then at Su Peijian, who was standing next to him. Auntie, when you were in the car accident, I happened to be with Peijian. As soon as I heard, I came over. You're with Peijian? Did this together mean what she thought it meant? Mom, you don't listen to that nonsense, okay? Yes. Ling Jing smiled, as if a little embarrassed. Auntie, Peijian and I, we actually Peijian. Xiang Caiping looked at Ling Jing. Su Peijian had clearly said that she wasn't interested in him before. How did the two of them get together after she was hit by a car? Mom, don't listen to his nonsense. It's not like that. Auntie, it's my fault. Ling Jing lowered his head, and there was a hint of bitterness in his expression. I was driven out by my father. Now I have no home and no job. It's understandable that Peijian feels that I don't deserve her. Su Peijian stared at Ling Jing with her eyes wide open. Could he be any more nonsense? Peijian? Xiang Caiping looked at Su Peijian, but she didn't doubt Ling Jing's words. Su Peijian grew up in the Su family, so she had high standards, but Peijian, Ling Jing, is a good girl. He can slowly earn his career and so on. Mom. Su Peijian wanted to refute, but seeing Xiang Caiping's weak and pale face, she said, Mom, you should rest first. You just had an operation. You need more rest. No, you and Jing. I supported Jing. If you don't like him, it's fine. If you like him, don't look at those external conditions for the time being. Xiang Caiping had just had an operation, but in her opinion, her health was not as important as her daughter's happiness. Mom, it's not what you think. It's really not. Ling Jing put one hand on Su Peijian's shoulder, looked at Xiang Caiping, and sighed. Originally, I took the money to open a bakery, but Peijian doesn't seem to like it. I'm planning to do something else. Chapter 890. His voice was very soft, but Su Peijian immediately blushed. What? Was that Xiaoya's voice? When she looked at Xiang Caiping again, her understanding gaze made her feel uncomfortable. Mom, don't say it, I understand. Seeing Su Peijian's red lips, what else could she not understand? She thought that Su Peijian was really willing, but she didn't know that they were just quarreling. Look, her mouth was swollen. One could imagine how intense it was. Xiang Caiping had an expression that said, Don't say it, I understand. Su Peijian's explanation was stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say a word. Come here. Su Peijian wanted to stop her, but Ling Xiang had passed. Su Peijian wanted to stop him. Xiang Caiping held his hand with a warm expression. Peijian is actually a good child. Auntie, I know. She's stubborn and a little hot-tempered. You have to be tolerant. That's only natural. Ling Xiang smiled. If I don't tolerate her, who should I tolerate? Good. You're a good child, too. I know. Xiang Caiping patted the back of Ling Xiang's hand with relief. The back of Ling Xiang's hand. It was a scene of a kind mother and filial son. Su Peijian was speechless. Forget it. Let him be. However, when she heard the next topic, she couldn't help it. You don't know? I've always regretted not watching Peijian grow up. It's okay, Auntie. You can accompany her every day now. I know, but miss is a miss. I'm afraid there's no way to make up for this regret in this life. Yes, Ling Xiang retorted. When Peijian has a child, you can watch the child grow up. Won't that make up for this regret? Yes. Xiang Caiping suddenly became happy, and her eyes lit up. She felt as if her body didn't hurt anymore. You don't know? I can like children. Peijian's sister has 2 children at home, a boy and a girl. They're very cute. Okay, Peijian and I will have a pair for you to play with. Su Peijian sat behind the two, trying hard to control her expression. Was that child meant to be played? 2-inch, I'm not greedy. Xiang Caiping waved her hand. I like both boys and girls. As long as she's willing to give birth, even if it's just one, I'll be happy. I will, Auntie, don't worry. Su Peijian, I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything. Annie, when the time comes, we'll have two, a boy and a girl. If one isn't enough, we'll have two until you're satisfied. Don't make me laugh. I still have wounds. Look at me, talking too cheerfully. To tell you the truth, I also quite like children. Hurry up and rest. Take good care of yourself. When the time comes, you will have the strength to help me and Peijian take care of the child. Su Peijian, appendectomy was considered a minor surgery. Even if Xiang Kaiping was getting on in years, Su Peijian and Ling Guang would not be able to help her. He was worried and wanted her to stay for a few more days. She couldn't stay in the hospital forever. The weather warmed up. Xiang Kaiping stayed in the hospital for a full 9 days. God knew how many resources had been wasted. She felt that it was okay and agreed to let her leave the hospital. Xiang Kaiping didn't want trouble, so Su Peijian didn't tell Su Qingsang and the others about her hospitalization. From the time she was admitted to the time she was discharged, only they knew. However, Xiang Kaiping was very satisfied. Because she stayed in the hospital for a few days, she felt that her relationship with her daughter was much closer. It didn't matter that they were close. Ling Kaiping ran around every day. She saw it and was satisfied in her heart. This son-in-law, good, it was really good. It couldn't be better, especially Ling Kaiping. Coupled with Su Peijian's good looks, Xiang Kaiping couldn't help but start thinking about how beautiful their child would be. As soon as she returned home, she began to be restless. She bought some wool and began to prepare to knit a sweater for the baby. Su Peijian began to busy herself again after Xiang Kaiping was discharged. Xiang Caiping's accident this time had frightened her, even though she had Ling Xiaoyu. Although Ling Kaiping ran around, she almost stayed in the hospital whenever she had time. His company had delayed a lot of work. These days, she didn't know what Ling Kaiping was busy with. No one came to disturb her, so she had time to finish her work. However, when she returned home one day, she saw Xiang Kaiping knitting a sweater. There was only a small circle, and it looked very small. Mom, didn't you just leave the hospital? Why are you knitting? Rest more if you have nothing to do. The doctor told you to rest. Didn't you hear him? I can't sit still. Xiang Kaiping waved her hand. Rest? What rest? Such a small incision. It's a joke. Su Peijian sat there and wanted to say something. Looking at the light yellow wool flying up and down, she asked casually, knitting a scarf? So small? You child, why are you knitting a scarf? If you want to knit, you should knit a scarf. Xiang Kaiping couldn't hide the smile on her face when she thought about the fat grandson she could hold in her arms in the future. I knitted this for my little grandson. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl, but this light yellow is very good. Both boys and girls can wear it. For a moment, Su Peijian thought she was hearing things. Ling Kaiping? Didn't they all leave? Why was Xiang Kaiping still in her dream? Mom, this. Why didn't I know? Don't worry. Ling said that he was kicked out by his parents. Even if he goes back in the future, he won't let them take care of the child. So he asked me to help. I will definitely help. He has already thought about it. He is afraid that I will be tired. So he said that he will hire a nanny when the time comes. I just need to look after my eldest grandson every day. Xiang Kaiping had already begun to imagine what would happen after Su Peijian gave birth. Su Peijian's lips moved. Looking at Xiang Kaiping, who was immersed in her imagination, she finally swallowed the rest of the words. As long as you are happy. Anyway, she had not recovered yet. She was a patient, so she didn't mind. As for whether she would get married or have children, wasn't it up to her? Happy, of course I am. Xiang Caiping's hands didn't stop moving, and the smile on her face didn't stop. I never dreamed that I would be able to wait until today. Great, that's great. Su Peijian didn't know how to respond. Forget it. She couldn't continue the conversation. By the way, Xiang Kaiping glanced at Su Peijian when she was about to get up. The wedding date. It depends on you. I think it's already March, and I think May is a good day. It's neither hot nor cold. Otherwise, why do so many people choose Labor Day to get married? Why don't you set it for Labor Day? Su Peijian looked at Xiang Kaiping and said with a fake smile, the Qingming festival seems to be closer. Child, how can you say that? Who would pick the Qingming festival? If you don't like it, I will find a master later and tell him which day is better for you. Su Peijian's forehead began to hurt. She held it and forced herself to squeeze out a smile. Mom, I was joking. Then about the marriage. Mom, Su Peijian swallowed and said calmly, Of course, we have to be careful when it comes to the wedding. I will choose carefully, seriously, and carefully. That's good, that's good. Remember to choose a day that is good for both you and him. You know, you can't be careless when it comes to marriage. Xiang Kaiping was satisfied. Su Peijian turned her face, and the smile on her face disappeared. Ling, you bastard. Su Peijian left the living room and took out her phone with a headache. She wanted to call Ling? She thought about it and decided not to. Why should she bother with that bastard? But if she didn't agree, what could he do? She calmed herself down and decided to ignore him. The next day, Su Peijian started to get busy when she went to the company. A few days ago, when she was taking care of Xiang Kaiping in the hospital, the company held a routine event about International Women's Day. The effect was good. Then, a counter's contract expired. It was a jewelry brand, and it was also a top brand. According to the contract, the rent was going to increase this year. However, the person in charge of the company didn't show up. Su Peijian had always been a straightforward person. She gave them a notice that they could either renew the contract or leave. However, for some reason, she didn't receive a reply from the other party until she got off work. Su Peijian decided to go there herself. It was almost time to get off work, and there were more people in the department store than before. Su Peijian went downstairs and was about to go to the jewelry counter to take a look. She saw that the hall of the department store was full of roses. The roses were circled around a small heart-shaped display stand. There was a red carpet on it. It wasn't a very big stand, and there were roses in the middle. The red roses didn't look like they were for publicity. Instead, they looked like they were for a wedding. Su Peijian took out her phone and called Zhou Mei. Is there an event downstairs today? I don't think so. Usually, if someone wanted to hold an event or do any publicity in such a place, they had to get their consent. No, she didn't usually care about these small things, so she just asked. However, just as she was about to turn around and go to the jewelry store, she saw a drone suddenly appear in front of her. There was a box hanging under the drone. The box swayed with the body of the drone. The white body flew lightly in front of her, and she could hear a low, buzzing sound in the air. She was shocked and took a step back. The plane flew a step forward. She frowned and took another step back. The drone took another step forward. Su Peijian looked at the drone. No matter how ignorant she was, she could tell that it was trying to stop her. She couldn't help but turn around to look at the stage. Who was playing a prank? However, in the time she turned around, the drone flew towards the stage. Su Peijian wanted to leave, but she saw the person who had appeared on the heart-shaped display take the small box from the drone. He let go of the drone and let it fly away. However, he held the box and walked towards Su Peijian step by step. Su Peijian stood there and didn't move. Chapter 891. Su Peijian already knew what Ling Xiang was going to do. She knew what Ling Xiang was going to do. This madman, no matter what he wanted to do, he would never tell anyone in advance. He had always been able to do whatever he wanted. It was like that when they were together, when they broke up, and when he proposed. Right now, she couldn't blame Ling Xiang. He made his own decision. She could only watch him walk towards her step by step. Ling Xiang? He held the small velvet box in his hand and stared at Su Peijian. I know I'm not good enough at many things, but I will work hard. I will try to do better. I can't promise you that I'll love you forever, because forever is too long, but I can promise that I will love you as long as I live. I also know that our beginning wasn't pleasant, so I want to give each other a chance, a new start. My name is Ling Xiang. I'm 25 years old. Su Peijian, I love you. Please marry me. He was talking about Ling Xiang. There was nothing else, just a simple Ling Xiang. She opened the box in front of her. The ring inside was dazzling, and a huge diamond was very dazzling. Ling Xiang? He knelt down on one knee and raised the ring. Give me a chance, and give you a chance. Marry him, marry him. From Ling Xiang? People surrounded him as soon as the proposal began. Now, He had reached the pinnacle. It was after work, but there were also many housewives and office workers. Many young girls' eyes were already shining. They clapped their hands. Su Peijian looked at the ring and wasn't in a hurry to reach out. She was surrounded by the voices of marrying him, but she wasn't moved. She just stared at Ling Xiang. She didn't speak, but the expression in her eyes. Ling Xiang understood. He pointed to the side. He pointed to the side where someone was filming with a mobile phone. Today, I'm kneeling here. Every word I say is my oath. I'm responsible for every word I say. He turned his gaze and looked at Su Peijian. You can save the video. If I don't do it, you can do whatever you want of me. I can also sign a contract. All the property under my name will belong to you. Enough. Su Peijian could already hear the cheers around her. Get up. Promise me first. Get up first. If you don't agree, I won't get up. I can keep kneeling here. Marry him, marry him. The voices around her continued. Su Peijian bit her lip. He glared at Ling Xiang. This was her workplace, yet he put himself in such a position. Are you forcing me? No, Ling Qin said. Shaking his head, he said, I'm trying to make you recognize your own heart. I know you love me. An egomaniac, since you're so confident. Su Peijian was so angry that she almost laughed. Well, if you kneel here for 3 days, I'll promise you. All right, Ling? He nodded and didn't object. However, Su Peijian heard boos from the crowd. There were also many whispers. The general content was not difficult to guess. It was nothing more than saying that she did not know what was good for her. But why? He wanted to propose, and she had to marry him? Didn't he like acting? She wanted to see if he could act to the end. He turned around and went upstairs without any hesitation. However, when she pressed the elevator button, she looked back coldly when she met the gaze of others. The girl was frightened by her. She shrank her neck and instinctively took a step to the side. Su Peijian ignored her and went upstairs to deal with the rest of the work. Then, she cleaned up until there was nothing left to do. The sky outside had begun to darken. Su Peijian planned to go home. The elevator went straight down to the underground parking lot, but Su Peijian's hand touched the first floor gently. She was just careless. She thought that she just accidentally pressed the button. She soon arrived at the first floor. There were still many people outside. No, more than before, because it was time to get off work. That man was still there. He squatted and looked in the direction of the elevator. Wow, so affectionate. What a handsome man. If he wanted to marry me, how could I bear to let him kneel? Yes, yes. I'd even be willing to pay. He's really so handsome. Did you notice? His eyes are so charming. Su Peijian listened to the words around her expressionlessly, her hands clenched into fists by her sides. Finally, he took a deep breath, squeezed through the crowd, and reached Ling Xiang. He stood by her side. Are you done playing? You're back. Ling? She looked at Su Peijian with an aggrieved expression and said, Don't worry, I promised you that I would kneel for 3 days, and I will do it for 3 days. However, can you buy me some food? After all, if I get up to buy food, it will be against the rules you mentioned. Crazy. Su Peijian looked at him. Get up. No. If you don't agree to marry me, I won't get up. Get up first. I don't. Get up and I'll promise you. Really? Ling? His eyes suddenly lit up. He wanted to stand up, but he fell to the ground. You. Su Peijian squatted down immediately. What happened to you? My legs are numb. Looking at Su Peijian, he did not forget to hand over the ring on his finger. You promised me. This guy. She was really going to eat him up. Before Su Peijian could speak, Ling? He hurriedly put the ring on Su Peijian's finger. You promised me. You can't go back on your word. I said get up. My legs are numb. Ling? Extremely aggrieved. Su Peijian resisted the urge to lose her temper and reached out to help him up. Is this okay? At most, I need a kiss from you. Ling? Su Peijian gritted her teeth. Ling? Don't push your luck. I didn't. Ling looked innocent. Poor me. I knelt for more than an hour and didn't drink a single drop of water. Poor me. I'm hungry, thirsty, and tired now. I can't even get a kiss. His lips were blocked, and Su Peijian kissed the rest of his words. There was applause around. Ling? He couldn't care less. Flowers were blooming in his heart. He only felt that the whole world was filled with pink bubbles. He was so happy that he wanted to get high. Very quickly, he turned from passive to active. Su Peijian was out of breath from his kiss. In the end, she still cared about where she was and gently pushed his chest. Ling? He let go of her and hugged her again. His chin was pressed against her neck, and there was a touch of excitement in his seemingly smiling eyes. Woman, you are mine. It was a very simple announcement. From now on, Su Peijian could no longer think about escaping. Su Peijian's body stiffened for a moment, but only for a moment. Soon, she relaxed. She was his, and in turn he was hers. In this life, she was sure that she would never fall for a second man. She was also sure that she had feelings for Ling. Indeed, she couldn't let go of him. Since that was the case, why should she be conflicted? Let be. Very good. On the other side, someone on Weibo posted the scene of Ling. The proposal scene was uploaded. Soon, the whole Rome city knew about it. Su Qingsang and Su Changwei were fine. Su Peijian always had her own ideas. If it was her own idea, there was nothing to say. However, the Ling family was a different story. Ling Xian looked at the video in front of him and then looked at the investigation information about Su Peijian on the table. He felt suffocated and angry. What is this? What is going on? He looked at Lu Xiyun. I can't control him if he wants to get married, right? Our son is grown up. He has his own ideas. Don't interfere too much. How can I not interfere? Ling Xian was very angry. Have you seen this woman's experience? What is that? She has been in prison. Ling, do you agree to marry such a woman? What's the point of me not agreeing? Lu Xiyun looked at him. I want to disagree, but Ling gave me this chance. You gave me this chance, didn't you agree? I don't agree anyway. Ling Xian was furious. A woman who has been in prison wants to marry into our family? Dream on. Don't talk about going to jail so easily. How many of your subordinates have been to jail before? How can that be the same? I don't see anything different. Lu Xiyun poured a cup of tea and placed it in Ling Xian's hand. Don't be angry. Our son said last time that he doesn't care about this property. I've seen that girl. She's not bad. She can also make money. Don't think that you don't agree. Don't forget. She has someone behind her. So what? You what? Lu Xiyun saw that he didn't drink the tea she poured, but she wasn't angry. If you want to object, continue to object. Anyway, I don't have time to object. I'm still waiting to drink my wife's tea and hold my grandson. What do you mean? Do you want me to go to their house and propose marriage? Let them agree to marry their daughter to Ling Xian? If you can really do that, maybe your son will come back. It's best if he doesn't come back. If you have the ability, don't come back for the rest of your life. Ling Xian went upstairs in exasperation. Lu Xiyun looked at the old man's angry back and calmly took a sip of tea. Then, she asked the servant to bring out the yellow history. She had to choose a good day. Su Peijian sat in the car and looked at Ling Xian, who couldn't stop smiling. She was a little speechless. Can you stop smiling? I can't. I'm happy. Su Peijian resisted the urge to roll her eyes. I said it was okay. I only agreed to marry you. I didn't promise you when the wedding will be held. If I'm not satisfied with your performance, I can go back on my word at any time. Don't worry. There won't be a chance for you to go back on your word. Ling Xian? As he spoke, he looked at the red light in front of him and stopped the car. He leaned over and kissed Su Peijian on the cheek. I will prove it to you tonight. How satisfied I can make you. Ling Xian, was she talking about that? I said that I'll try my best to make you satisfied. What are you thinking? Of course, if you want to be satisfied in that aspect, I can also do that. Don't worry, I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Ling Xian? Su Peijian blinked and her lips moved. Forget it. In terms of shamelessness, she was really no match for him. However, she suddenly thought of something. Ling, you're only 25 years old? How many years younger than her? She had always thought that he was only a year or two younger than her. So what? A woman is 3 years older, holding a golden brick. Don't you like it? It's useless if you don't like it. It's too late. He saw that Su Peijian still wanted to say something. Ling Xian leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. Don't worry. I've checked. A woman is the most suitable combination. Because in a few years, when you're 30 years old and 40 years old, I, who is a few years younger than you, will be able to satisfy you better. Ling Exen, could he not drag everything into that matter? I'm here. Wife, what can I do for you? Don't call me wife. Also, the light is green. Ling Xin, he stepped on the accelerator. Wife, 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 Ling. You're so annoying. Call me hubby. I won't. Call me hubby. Quick. I said I won't. Not yet, anyway. Let's see if you'll call me that tonight. Chapter 892. Willing Chinese Network I will update my dear Mr. Hua as soon as possible. Su Peijian looked at the beautifully printed invitation card in front of her. She frowned. She had basically never asked about the wedding. Xiang Kaiping met with Lu Xiyun a few times and was almost done with the arrangements. Because of the wedding company, Su Peijian and Ling Jing didn't need to worry about these things. This was especially true for Lu Xiyun and Xiang Kaiping. It was the first time they were holding a wedding for their children, so they wanted it to be as grand as possible. In the beginning, the two of them had their differences. Xiang Kaiping favored the Chinese style. On the other hand, Lu Xiyun wanted a Western-style wedding. When he asked Ling Jing and Su Peijian, the two of them didn't care about the wedding at all. They just said that it was up to them to decide. Ling Jing was even more exaggerated. If you like it, let's have a Chinese-style one and a Western-style one. Are you crazy? If that was the case, Su Peijian would be the first to object. In the end, Lu Xiyun and Xiang Kaiping finally chose a compromise. At noon, the wedding would be held in a cathedral in Rome City. There was a lawn outside the cathedral. After the wedding, there was a buffet on the lawn. In the evening, the banquet would be held in a 5-star hotel in the city, and the friends and relatives of both sides would be invited. After the wedding was settled, Su Peijian only asked about the details and didn't interfere much. She wasn't free. She was very busy because she planned to go on her honeymoon. He had to take care of business matters in advance. However, half a month before the wedding, when it was time to deliver the invitations, Su Peijian looked at the invitation in front of her and suddenly felt a headache coming on. There was nothing much to say about Xiang Kaiping. They were all colleagues from the company and neighbors. A few friends. However, as for Su Changhui, if she were to get married, the Su family would definitely invite him. Since the Su family was coming, Li Qinxue was naturally included. If Li Qinxue came, then Xiang Kaiping. What happened to you? When Ling Jing got home, she saw Su Peijian sitting in front of the window, looking unhappy. Mom said you didn't eat much for dinner. What happened? Ling Jing had a social engagement tonight and didn't get home so soon, so when he came back, he had already eaten. Go away. Su Peijian was annoyed and did not want to talk to Ling Jing at all. What's wrong with you? Why are you so angry? That's how angry I am. If you're impatient, you can leave. Su Peijian replied without hesitation. Ling Jing stopped in his tracks. After thinking about it, he turned around and poured a glass of water for Su Peijian. Drink some water to cool down. I won't drink it. I said, hurry up and leave. I don't want to talk to you. Su Peijian waved her hand, and the cup in Ling Jing's hand flew out and fell to the ground. There was only a squeal on the thick carpet. Water splashed out, but it didn't break. Su Peijian was taken aback by her own actions. Looking at Ling Jing, who seemed to be in a daze, she became more and more annoyed. Without thinking, he walked over to the bed and said, I'm very annoyed. Just ignore me. Ling Jing watched as Su Peijian slept on the bed and pulled the blanket up to cover her head. She looked as if she didn't want to talk to anyone. He picked up the cup and put it aside. He walked over to the bed and sat down. He reached out and gently reached under the blanket to hold her hand. Are you okay? I'm fine. I just want to sleep. Go away. She wanted to pull her hand back, but Ling Jing wouldn't let her. Ling Jing glanced at the invitations on the table. There were still many and sign names on them. He withdrew his gaze and squeezed Su Peijian's hand. You want to invite an aunt? Are you afraid that your mother won't agree? After he got together with Su Peijian, he had a meal with Su Changhui and his wife. Ling Jing could roughly see Li Qianxue's personality, even if they only had a meal together. Su Peijian didn't speak, and Ling Jing knew that he had guessed correctly. You must invite Aunt Li to your wedding. If you don't feel comfortable, I'll help you. Silence. Su Peijian didn't speak under the blanket. Ling Jing lifted the blanket for her a little and said, "Aren't you afraid that you'll get sick with your head wrapped like this?" She still didn't speak. Ling Jing patted the back of her hand and said, Okay. Let me handle the bad guys. Just say that it's my idea. I promise I'll help you invite both mothers. Is that okay?" Su Peijian looked up at him with slightly red eyes. Okay, it's not a big deal for you to do this. Su Peijian pursed her lips into a straight line. In fact, she just wanted to please both sides, but she was afraid that neither side would please. After all that had happened before, she didn't want to hurt anyone. She had a bad temper, but her heart was softer than anyone else. Ling Jing held her hand and kissed it. But, wife, have you noticed that you've been a little grumpy lately? What do you mean? Su Peijian, who was still touched, immediately exploded. Are you saying that I have a bad temper? No. Ling Jing explained with a smile. It doesn't matter how bad my wife's temper is. But, wife, haven't you noticed that you've been different recently? What's different? Su Peijian glared at Ling Jing as if he dared to say that she had become bad-tempered and unlikable, she would immediately kick him out. Wife. Ling Jing lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. Haven't you noticed that your good friend hasn't been here for 2 months? Su Peijian was stunned for a moment. She had been very busy recently, so she really hadn't noticed. Ling Jing, however, knew. Look, you've been sleepy lately, and your appetite is always bad. You don't want to eat. Your mother indulges you, saying that the weather is getting hot and you have no appetite. But I think you're pregnant. Pregnant women were always a little grumpy. It was understandable that their personalities were volatile. What did you say? Su Peijian lowered her head and looked at her stomach. It was flat, and now there was nothing there. You said I'm pregnant? Yes. That's impossible. Don't you always have protection? Protection can't guarantee 100%. What's more, when we just made up, sometimes we were excited, but we didn't take care of anything else. Su Peijian didn't speak. Ling Jing picked her up. Okay, whether it is or not, we'll know when we go for a checkup tomorrow. Don't talk. Su Peijian closed her eyes. Let me be alone. She didn't expect to get pregnant so soon. Before, she heard Xiang Kaiping talk about having grandchildren every day. She even thought that it would be okay to give birth 2 years later. Okay, be quiet. Ling Jing's tone was very gentle. But if Su Peijian looked up at this time, she would see a flash of pride in Ling Jing's eyes. It was a look that seemed like a trick had succeeded. I haven't thought about giving birth yet. Su Peijian lowered her head, feeling a little conflicted. But you already have one. Ling Jing coaxed her. Are you going to abort it? Let me tell you first, your mother and aunt won't agree. Su Peijian was silent, and the twins in Su Qingsong's family flashed through her mind. I don't know how to take care of children, and I can't take care of them well. She pushed Ling Jing. She always felt that it was a little scary to take care of a little life. I don't need you to take care of them. My mother and your mother will help. Besides, can't you hire a nanny? If you don't want to see them, you can hire a nanny. Although that was what she said, in the past, Li Qinxue always held her in her arms and carried her all the time. Okay, it's not confirmed yet. Ling Jing held her shoulders. If there's anything, we'll talk after we go for a checkup tomorrow, okay? Su Peijian looked up at him. Ever since Ling Jing got together with her, he had been really good to her. He didn't seem angry when she lost her temper for no reason, just now. Aren't you angry? Why should I be angry? I yelled at you, and I even broke the cup. You didn't. Ling Jing smiled. Besides, it's just a cup. You're the most important thing. Su Peijian didn't speak again. She was indeed very annoyed during this period of time, inexplicably annoyed. In fact, she didn't need to go for a checkup. When Ling Jing said that, she probably felt it. I'm just very annoyed. I don't know what I'm annoyed about. I know. Ling Jing hugged her and comforted her very carefully. Also, my mother and aunt. I'm very afraid that they will be unhappy when they are together, because they don't like each other. But I want them to come when I get married. Come. They will all come. Don't worry. Ling Jing was very patient. If they don't come, I'll invite them. Don't worry. They will give me face. What face do you have? Isn't it my face? Yes, yes, yes. It's your face. But don't worry. Leave this matter to me. I guarantee that everyone will be happy. Okay? He had finished speaking. Su Peijian had nothing to say. Ling Jing, why aren't you angry? Why should I be angry? Ling Jing kissed her on the lips. You are my wife. I love you. Why would I be angry with you? Su Peijian looked into his eyes. His beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with her shadow. She pursed her lips and finally reached out to hug Ling Jing. Ling Jing, yes, I love you too. Yes, I know. Su Peijian closed her eyes. She still had a headache and was still uncomfortable. However, she said, let's go to the hospital tomorrow for a checkup. Yes, I'll listen to you. I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? Anything. Anything is fine. Okay, I'll go cook a bowl of noodles for you, okay? Okay. Ling Jing. Yes, I have a bad temper. Will you find me annoying one day? No. Ling Jing kissed the top of her head. I'm just afraid that you won't vent your temper on me. It's okay. I understand. Su Peijian's temper had always been with people who were close to her. Moreover, she was pregnant now. She didn't want to be like this. Ling Jing understood. I'm sleepy. Su Peijian yawned. But I'm so hungry. Then let's eat something first and then go to sleep? Yes. Su Peijian finally finished acting and was done fooling around. After eating a bowl of noodles, she fell asleep first. Ling Jing was left looking at her sleeping face, thinking of her last guilty look. He felt a little proud in his heart. He kissed her on the forehead and then hugged her to sleep. Acting was good. The more he acted, the better. If he acted too much, other men wouldn't be able to stand it. He could only be entangled with him for the rest of his life. The next day, Ling Jing took her to the hospital early for a checkup. It was just a pregnancy checkup, but Ling Jing arranged a specialist for her. He was very careful. From the ultrasound to the blood test, he did a routine checkup. One by one, he accompanied her the whole time. In the end, when he got the results, the smile on his face didn't stop. Honey, you're really pregnant. It had been more than 2 months. Yes. Su Peijian looked at the pregnancy test report, and for the first time, a strange emotion appeared in her eyes. Her hand subconsciously touched her upper abdomen. There was a small seed slowly growing there. It was really magical. Ling Jing, do you like boys or girls? I like both. Ling Jing looked at her. As long as it's your child, even if it's a ball, I like it. You're the one who gave birth to a ball. Su Peijian glared at him, but she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. Let's go. Go home and tell Mom the news. Okay. Xiang Kaiping was excited to know that Su Peijian was pregnant. The smile on her face didn't stop at all. Su Peijian originally wanted to tell Li Qinxue that she was going to ask, but when she thought that Ling Jing said he would solve this matter, she simply didn't care. In the middle, she told Su Qing saying, Su Changhui, and Li Qinxue the good news of her pregnancy. After receiving a lot of blessings, Li Qinxue and Su Changhui went to her company to see her. They didn't go to her house, afraid that they would meet Xiang Kaiping. Therefore, she didn't know what to say about inviting Li Qinxue and the others to the wedding. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the wedding. Su Peijian didn't listen to Xiang Kaiping and set the wedding in May. That would be too hasty. The wedding was set at the end of June. The weather in Rong City was not too cold or hot. Su Peijian was wearing the wedding dress that Ling Jing had specially ordered from Paris and waiting in the lounge. According to the procedure, Su Changhui should hold her hand and send her to the hall later. She had left this matter to Ling Jing before. She didn't know if Ling Jing had told Su Changhui. The time was soon up. She looked at the door of the lounge, and her heart skipped 2 beats. The door opened, and Su Changhui walked in. He was wearing a dark suit today, and there was a hint of relief in his eyes. Peijian? Dad, congratulations. Thank you, Dad. This is a gift for you. Su Changhui handed a box to her. I prepared it with your mother. Thank you. It's almost time. Let's go out. Okay. Su Peijian nodded and didn't ask him if Li Qinxue was there. She could understand if she didn't come. However, she still hoped that Li Qinxue could come. Accompanied by Su Changhui, The two flower girls held the tail of her wedding dress behind her. She slowly walked into the church, and all the guests inside stood up. She immediately spotted Xiang Kaiping, who was sitting at the very front, and Li Qianxue, who was sitting on the other side. Su Peijian's eyes were hot, and she was almost in tears. As if he knew what she was thinking, Su Chenghui patted the back of her hand. Today is a big day. Don't cry. Su Peijian suppressed her emotions and walked forward step by step, getting closer and closer to the front. The two most important people in her life, her two mothers, stood there, one on the left and one on the right, clapping and looking at her. She sniffed and didn't want the tears to ruin her makeup. She smiled and walked forward. On the stage, Ling Jing was already waiting. He reached out his hand to her. "Darling, you're so beautiful." That small compliment made her mood improve a little. She took the initiative to put her hand on Ling Jing's. Su Chenghui stood next to him and looked at Ling Jing very seriously. "I give my daughter to you. You must make her happy." "I will. Thank you, Dad." The wedding march sounded, and they faced the priest together. "Mr. Ling Jing, are you willing to marry Ms. Su Peijian next to you? Love her and be loyal to her, no matter if she is poor, sick, or disabled, until she dies? Are you willing?" "I am." "Ms. Su Peijian, are you willing to marry Mr. Ling Jing next to you? Love him and be loyal to him, no matter if he is poor, sick, or disabled, until he dies? Are you willing?" "I am." Thousands of twists and turns. This sentence seemed to have been said thousands of times. Groom, bride, exchange rings. Groom, you may kiss the groom. "Now, I announce that you are legally married." "Bless you." There was a warm applause under the stage. Su Peijian looked at Ling Jing's approaching face. Her excited emotions calmed down at this time. She had already decided on this man, so no matter what the future would be, she would walk with him. After the vows, there was a photo session of the bride and groom's family together. Su Peijian had never asked how Ling Jing told Li Qianxue and Xiang Kaiping. However, during the photo session, the two mothers stood on each side. Although they didn't talk to each other, there was no smell of gunpowder. It was a miracle for her. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Ling Jing. He turned his face and kissed her on the lips. The moment the shutter was pressed, his voice was very soft. "They all love you. Because they love you, they are willing to tolerate it. Because they love you, they are willing to let it go." Su Peijian's eyes were wet. Ling Jing hugged her and motioned for her to look at the camera. "Don't cry. Today is a happy day. If you cry, I'm afraid the two mothers won't let me go." After the photo session, Xiang Kaiping stood to the side first. Some of the guests were her friends, and she had to entertain them. Li Qianxue looked in Xiang Kaiping's direction and held Su Peijian's hand. "Congratulations." Thank you, Mom." "Yes." Li Qianxue smiled, and her eyes were a little emotional. "In the blink of an eye, you're going to get married. Although I'm not very satisfied with Ling Jing, since you've decided, I'm happy for you." "Yes. If there's anything in the future, just tell me. If he makes you unhappy, I'll stand up for you." "Don't worry, Mom, I won't." Ling Jing changed his tune very quickly. Su Peijian glanced at her with a smile in her eyes. "You're pregnant, so don't be too tired. I've already told your father to hire another person." "Okay." Su Peijian knew that she was concerned about her, so she didn't object. "Thank you, Mom." "Silly child." Su Peijian sniffed and couldn't help but reach out to hug Li Qianxue. Li Qianxue patted her back gently, her eyes a little red. The daughter she had raised single-handedly had finally reached the day of her marriage. "Sister, congratulations." Another voice rang out, and Su Yusin came over. "Thank you." Su Peijian let go of Li Qianxue and looked at the person beside Su Yusin. She looked a little familiar, as if she had seen her many years ago. "Congratulations." The obedient-looking little girl also congratulated him softly. Su Peijian frowned slightly and finally remembered who this little girl was. She looked at Su Yusin. She didn't expect that after going around in circles, they would still be together. It didn't matter if they had gotten lost midway. As long as the person by your side was the person you wanted to be with the most, it would be fine. She looked around. She loved those who loved her. All of them were here today. This was good. In fact, she was very happy. and she believed that this kind of happiness would last forever. Forever. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.